Screen number 379 here. Just checking to see if I have the transcoding options. I do. Cool, I've had good luck recently with that. Let me start up the timers. Starts the timer. Timer running. Okay. Ever had too many windows and didn't know how to manage them? That's me today. Too many of the windows. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing today? Oh, you also saw that the uptime labels are missing. Yeah, and that's why I said starting up the stream, because yeah, wasn't really prepared today. So I still have to set up the announcement in Discord, and I have to put the plan together for today, get the link and all that. So don't know why I was on the specs page. How's everybody today? You are fine? That's good. Hey there, Cat Peasant. Greetings. I actually just put something default into today's plan, which was to work on the database migration, but I don't have to work on that, you know. It is a holiday. I could, like, do whatever I want, right? Need a Chrome window. Paste the link. Oh, we still have dark mode on. Let's turn that off. Okay. I had dark mode on because I was taking screen captures for my slides for my upcoming video, and want the slides to be in dark theme. All right, so I was thinking this morning, should I work on the game or should I work on the slides for the videos that I'm doing? Or should I work on bugs? I don't know what I'm going to do. Copy link. Actually, what does this look like with Dark Reader on? Can I do it for just this site? Instead of current site, toggle hotkey, toggle extension. It says yeah, there we go, only. Well, that's okay. What if I do... Oh, I have to turn it on first? If I only want the Dark Reader on for this site... Invert listed only. Oh, there we go. So then I can, how do I add the current site? You would think that it would just let me click here. If we're inverting it and just inverting OneDrive.live.com. Set up a hotkey for adding site. I guess that's why I couldn't just click something. You would think that there'd be a button here to say, you guys can't even see it. You would think that there'd be a button here that says add current site to list, but there doesn't appear to be a button. At least I'm not seeing it. Maybe I needed to click here. Yep, that's what it was. I'm just dumb. As usual, I'm sort of dopey about certain technology. I don't know why. Like, it didn't occur to me to click that button to add it to the list. I expected there to be like an add current site to list button around here somewhere. I just didn't see it. Anyway, that's cool. Just invert OneNote only. Okay, so link and then tiny URL. I guess we could dark mode tiny URL too. Yeah, sure. Make it URL tiny. And then try out the link. Okay, and then go to the game, and also need to put it into here. Today. Right is continuing the work to migrate game data from, well, data in his game from JSON to SQLite. Put the link there. Update. That button still moves a little bit. Oh, Did I not deploy the front end for this little change? Looks like I didn't. Where the button doesn't float up, and you guys can't even see the buttons because I'm covering it. These buttons right here aren't supposed to float up when I lose focus from this window, but I guess I didn't deploy that to production. All right, anyway, that's that. We're, do I need this? I don't need this actually anymore. Close. And I'm going to put it in Discord too. Discord. I'm going to be continuing the work to migrate games data to SQLite today. Link. Okay. We're all set up, so now I'm going to say figuring out today's plan. All right, so I do have this generic thing, just do it, right? Add SQLite database side by side with existing JSON game snapshots. So if you haven't been here in the last few weeks, this is what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks, with some distractions on the side, like fixing bugs, is I'm moving my game from reading and writing its data to just a JSON file to an SQLite database. But step one will be we're only writing to the database. We're still writing and reading from the JSON file in parallel until I see that the data is the same. And then we'll move on to step two, where we'll be reading from the database rather than from the JSON file. And then I don't need to read or write from the JSON file anymore, at least for the data that we have moving to SQLite. This might just be a portion of the data. So if I show you the game snapshot, for example, let's move that to another file, just because when I run the game, the file gets overwritten. And or to collapse this, the vast majority of the game's JSON snapshot is in the entity component system here, but there are some other things outside that don't necessarily need to be in a database, so they might stay in the snapshot JSON file. I might just move the entity component system out and leave everything else, or move things piecemeal into the SQLite, and do it whenever, like, for example, the players, it's 400, 500 lines right now. There aren't very many players. Yeah, there's just 2 players. So it's not critical to move this into SQLite, but yeah, I could do it too. Apparently there is standard launder money. Really? Is that a joke? Let's see. Hey there, good damn. Greetings. Anybody know how to make your default Chrome page not blast you with white light? Dev docs. C++ launder. Oh, there is a standard launder. Obtains a pointer to the object located at the address represented by IP. Wait a minute. A pointer in gives you a pointer out? How? Oh, it's this funky C++ 17 stuff. Formally given. Switch to the Brave browser built on Google Chrome, but with privacy in mind. It's not privacy that I care about so much, is that this default page is blastingly white. I guess I just need to configure the new tab default page, right? Make it go to a black page instead of a white. Yeah, but so does this with Dark Reader. It's just new tab. New tab is not something I can add to Dark Reader. It's like it blasted it with white light. Okay, what is this doing? Standard launder? Typical uses of it include obtaining a pointer to an object created in the storage of an existing object of the same type, where pointers to the old object cannot be reused because the object has const or reference data members, or because either object is a base class sub-object. Obtaining a pointer to an object created by placement new from a pointer to an existing, but from a pointer to an object providing storage for that object. Is this just a type-safe way to get a pointer to something? Is that what this is? I still don't understand why you'd ever need to use this. Set Chrome starting page to data, text, HTML. See. I should just do smart things like that. Actually, you know what I was thinking about doing is Adam has his new tab page go to a bunch of useful links for him. He stores in a local file. I could just do that, right? I could just do that. Anybody know why you'd ever use standard launder other than to launder money, like Nui said? It says 2 bullet points for typical uses, but I don't understand what these uses mean. Need for access to const field by pointer. Yeah, but the argument isn't const, it's non-const, so I don't understand. If it was if it was turning a non-const pointer into if it was turning a const pointer into non-const, I'd sort of agree, but then you could always use const cast, so it could replace this. Oh no, I'm being rated by Irish John Gaming. I think it replaces some of the reinterpret casts that don't have what's UB. Hey there, Irish John, how's your stream? Yarr, yarr, matey, what you be doing? Mills League, ahoy there. Also, hello, Smoking, and Metal Storm. And I see Atomic Nibble and Schwar Eagle. Sure War Eagle. Clayman, how are you doing? Clayman, very important person, Clayman. Also very important in Calo Creation stream. Hey there, Trumpsis. How am I doing, Irish John Gaming? I think I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you? I am just starting up my stream. I'm planning to work on some database stuff, and then someone, Nui actually mentioned this thing called standard launder, as in you could launder money with it. And I got really excited. Just kidding. I was just trying to understand what this is used for. It's something new in C++ 17, right? And it says it just obtains a pointer to an object located at the address, which doesn't make sense to me, because if you already have a pointer to something, an address, to me address means pointer. So if you already have an address, why would you need to obtain a pointer if they're the same thing? So I don't really understand this. And you know how I am. If there's something I don't understand, then I like zero in on it, and I'm like, I must understand this. Have I ever programmed in COBOL? No. Basically, none UB type punning. Undefined behavior. Oh, okay. So this is removing undefined behavior. This is like covering a hole in the language. Because I always consider undefined behavior to mean it's fancy talk for a hole in your language. It's like I designed this language. It's called C++, and the other person says, well, what happens if you do this? And they like, undefined behavior. Yeah, undefined behavior. It's just a polite way of saying they didn't plan for it, and so it's whatever, you know? But in C++ 20, the undefined behavior is removed. If you access const field by pointer, compiler can optimize it. If so, okay, it's an optimization thing, right? Okay, I can sort of get why you'd do something like this, but again, it seems to me like it's a weird kind of band-aid for the language. Like, try to explain this to someone who doesn't know C++ very well, right? I think it would be next to impossible. They'd be like, what the heck? You're passing in a pointer and you're getting a pointer out. What does that mean? And the name launder, I'm sorry, but it doesn't help me understand what it's for. Okay, now that I've finished ripping a hole in the C++ language, let's move on now. So I was explaining how last couple of weeks I've been working on moving this part of my game's JSON snapshots to a database, because it's the vast majority of the content of the file, and the file is getting too big for the game to efficiently load and save. So we're moving it to a database. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Standard launder. Does that explain it better? Ooh, the most obscure new feature. I love it. Thank you, that smoking. Oh, that's your first point. That's your first useless point here, so I'll give you a second one. Let's read it, because I really like to understand things I don't know about. Introduces a new function in the standard library called launder. This proposal is hard to... No kidding! Hard to understand for mere mortals. Don't ask. If you're not one of the 5 or so people in the world who already know what this is, you don't need or want to know. I love it. I want to be the number 6, though, you know? Original proposal provides an example. Okay, so u.f is 5. A pointer to a structure is using placement new. Okay. Okay, so the storage of that is actually where? Oh, the storage is provided by the union. I got it. Okay, so he's using placement new to initialize in place that X. Got it. And then, sure, that works. Yes, because that was done by this constructor. And that works because why? UXN. Oh, I get it. This is saying, forget about the fact that it's undefined behavior to go to something you didn't initialize. Ah, so it's two variables that are actually pointing at the same memory. One is a pointer, P, and the other one is the union, U. And they happen to be pointing to the same thing. The member inside of U called X is also pointed to by the pointer because we use placement new on it. And if you didn't do this launder, the compiler would be like, wait a minute, you never initialized u.x.n. You initialized u with 1, which initializes the float part, but you never... Actually, what is, this does... Oh, that does initialize the x field. Anyway, I think I get the gist. It's because of the const that is the key. Where is the const? I don't see any const anywhere. I think that's the problem with this thing. I guess I should just read the text here. Now we initialize u with 1. Yeah, this is what I figured out so far, right? Becomes the active member in the union. Next 5 is assigned to the float, and f becomes active. Finally, do placement new to override u with the 2. The problem here is that n is const qualified. Oh. I get it. You shouldn't be able to change it to 2 because it's const. The standard says that you can only initialize it once. So that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't be valid. I get it. That's really wacky. Remember the standards committee said no compiler can do such optimization and launder is needed? Okay. I can understand that. It's very, very obscure. And the optimizer is allowed to assume that it will always remain equal to 1. I think that's the key. So basically this is saying that no compiler, it's going to change to 2. Or it's going to change in general. Acts as an optimization barrier that prevents the optimizer from performing constant propagation. So someone ran into some kind of weird corner case where they did something like this. They had a constant 1, and then through some backdoor means they overrode it with 2, and then because they probably got a bug in that when they ran it with in debug mode it worked, but with release mode it didn't because the optimizer said, oh, it's a constant. I'll just remember that it's 1, and then this would fail, right? I bet that's what it was. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Point for a linter, then for a... Yeah, exactly. It's like the linter's going to say, oh, okay, you're laundering that. Okay, fine. I'm not going to optimize that constant. What's the purpose of launder? Why call it launder? You should call it like disable const optimizer. That's what it should be. Hey there, Endurin. We're looking at a really, really obscure part of C++ 17 that says if you want to know about it, don't ask. If you're not one of the 5 people in the world who already know what this is, you don't need or want to know. Well, I want to be number 6. So yeah, I need to understand this, of course. The function might be handy when dealing with containers of const qualified element. Oh yeah, but why would you be doing stuff like this where it's a constant but then you're putting it into a union and overwriting it with something else? Weird. So it's like, I'm going to mark it const, But then I'm going to tell the compiler, don't try to do any optimizations that you know you should be able to do when it's const. It's like, well, why did you make it const? Silly human. Okay, this is going into the minutia. I don't care so much. Wait a minute. It says that C++ 17 is still experimental in GCC. How old is this post? Oh, it's 4 years old. Okay. Well, it makes sense because it's 17 and this was posted in 2016, so it must have been just like a new proposal. All right, let's file that away in under weird C++ minutia. Do I have something like that? If I don't, I should make one, shouldn't I? My organization is bad. Don't I have one for like weird C++ minutia? Put it in humor, possibly bad. Okay. Weird C++ minutia. That's not how you spell it. How do you spell minutia? One of those weird words I don't know how to spell, but I know how to use it. Minutia. There it is. It's got an E at the end. That's why I was tripped up. Weird minutia. It's small, precise, or trivial details of something. All right. The link was here. I'm going to say, did you know? Okay. Did you know that you can standard launder money with C++? I think I want that, right? There we go. I like it. Minutia with a weird accent on the A. Just put all the values at the end. Yeah. Okay, back to the plan. I'm going to work on database stuff. So my entity component system has a lot of different categories for components, and I've been slowly migrating this to SQLite over the last couple weeks. The last one I did was the dreaded player, which is a very large and complex structure. So there are top-level fields for a player, like the player's level, their identifier, whether or not they're a moderator in the game, their experience points, and then there are the nested structure, so to speak. So the list of items a player has, right? So this itself would be its own table, whereas like level and experience would go together in a top-level player's table. This would be a table that associates a player with an item and inventory slot. And then we have another level of complexity, equipment, which is a table of arrays. So this is another table, just like the items table, except for the equipment type is also a column. And then we have the quests that the player has either completed or is currently doing. And this is a third inner table where there will be a column for player, which is not unique because the player could be on multiple quests at once, along with what entity of the quest they're on and how much progress they've made and how many times they've completed it. So that's the last one I did. I think I did that on Thursday last week. And so some of these are done, like position is done because it's super easy. A position is just X, Y, zone, gone flag, and depth. So it's just one flat table, and the keys are the entity IDs. A lot of the component types are like this. They're just has a single primary key, which is the entity ID, and then the non-key columns are the properties of that component of that entity. Hey there, Apollo Y. How are you today? And Dom said hello. Forgot to say hi. Is there not anything in JS that builds the database from JSON model? Well, I don't have a strictly defined JSON model. That's the problem, Clayman. I don't know of any tool in existence that can take a look at my JSON data here and figure out exactly how to shape an SQL table. So, for example, how would you shape this? I don't even know yet. Want to have a separate table for storing skills rather than lumping it with user personal data? It's not personal data. This is not the actual human. This is the character that the human's controlling. Maybe player is not the right name. It should be like player character. So there's no personal info here. There is only the character's info, like experience points. Player ID does link to the record about the human, but it's by an abstracted ID number, which is not personal. It is just a key to get the personal information. So, and to have a table for storing skills, the skills are actually stored separately into the character table. So like constitution, dexterity, intelligence, and strength. And that's mostly because those traits are also shared with the non-player characters. But you might have been asking a different question, right? Maybe you're asking, maybe you're thinking that this does have personal information. There actually is a separate player record way outside that has personal info in it. So that's this player record here, which has like your email address, your name, stuff like that, your Twitch ID. So this is not going to go into the SQLite database right now. There are tools out there that convert JSON to SQL queries to create tables. Yeah, but how good would they be if they would have to be very there's one of two possibilities, right? Either the tool just says, "Oh, this whole thing is one blob, and let me just store that as a single column." So I decided consciously to avoid that because it's really just shifting the problem. The problem right now is that it takes a long time for my program to parse and construct this JSON syntax, right? Because there are literally thousands of entities in the game. Most of them are inanimate objects, right? But still, if I'm still having the JSON parsing and construction, just moving it to some database script, I'm not solving the problem. I'm just shifting it around. So I believe the problem is the construction of the syntax and the fact that we're having to touch every single little bit of data every time we load and save. Whereas if it's in the database, like if only the level is changing or the experience points, we're only touching those columns and not the rest of the stuff. It's quick to do and actually quite fun making table schemas. Yeah, so if I show you what the schema looks like, some of it I could envision a tool making because it is rather straightforward. So for example, position, right? It just took, let me try to show this, like these 5 columns show up here. Simple, right? But the more complicated ones, I guess, would be the players. Like I had to consciously decide that this is how this is the meaning of the player inventory, that there's a slot number, right? If you look at the players' items, it's not apparent that the order matters here. You could maybe assume that if it's an array that the order matters, but that wouldn't be true for the top level player table. That's just an arbitrary, we don't care about the order of this array. This one we do care, because if we didn't record the slot index, then every time you played the game, your items might have been shuffled in your bag. Sure, the zones should be unsigned. I didn't care about sign in these, mostly because in SQLite, the one thing is these types are loose. They're more of hints. And the second thing is SQLite, I don't think even cares about signed versus unsigned. Everything is signed. Yeah, I'm not too pedantic about the exact types of things, especially with SQLite, which fundamentally doesn't assign a type to a column. It assigns a type to a value. And they have a really detailed webpage that explains why they decided to do that. Maybe in other databases, sure, but this one's special. Save space, saves 1 bit. 1 out of 64 bits. I guess if we were putting this on an embedded device, I would care, but nah, we got plenty of RAM. 64 kilobytes is good enough for everybody, right? Or was it 640 kilobytes? That quote that Bill Gates made, saying 64 or 640 kilobytes should be plenty for everybody. Now it's a meme because, you know, it's sort of ridiculously small. Even if you run out of RAM, you can always download more. Yeah, exactly. Or you can overclock at that RAM. You get in twice and get it to double. We have an infinite universe that adds up quick. Well, sure, but I can just add more disks. It's actually in the cloud, so I don't even have to add disks, right? I just have to click a button. I just click a button and I get more storage. It's that easy. For player inventory, you think you can make E and slot both primary keys? I was worried that if I made these primary keys, they would violate a uniqueness constraint. Because I thought a primary key had a uniqueness constraint. And also, we talked about this, Nui, a couple days ago, right? There's no need for me to index by slot, because the way I'm going to be accessing this data is just going to be downloading all of the rows where an entity equals something. I'm never going to be looking at this table just to get one slot, because in almost every context in the game where I need the player's inventory, I need their entire inventory, not just one slot. So there's no need for me to index by slot. Not that I can think of. So, and I'd rather not create an index on anything that I know I don't need to search by. It doesn't make sense to me. It's just like a waste. Sorry, I'm being very opinionated. I have to keep in mind that my opinions are fluid and can change as I make mistakes and learn. So anyway, this is the schema for the tables I have. I'm going to look now for tables I don't have and pick one of the more difficult ones. I've converted all of the easy ones. Now it's on to the more difficult ones. So I have caps, I have character, I have container, global. I don't have dialogue. The dialogue is frankly very scary to me. What if I do door next? Door was complex because it had two columns which had JSON values. The semantic of this is when you close a door, it should use this JSON object as a guide for what to change about the door. So closing the door, this is saying, when you close the door, change the tile of the door to 2. When you open the door, change the tile of the door back to 1. And this is because we know that the tile 1 is an open door and a 2 is a closed door. So you know what, one idea that pops to mind is we could have this be another table where each row is one element to change, and the element could be given by this path, or component and then a path and then a value, maybe? You aren't limited to search display and primary keys. You can do aware, and it would return as you expected all slots. Yeah, but then why would I need the slot to be a primary key? You can change the types at a later... Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm trying to... I don't know. I'm on the fence because I don't want to discount what Nui's saying, but at the same time, it just doesn't feel like something that I need to do, and I have some vague concepts in my mind of why I don't need to do it. To make sure you don't have twice slot combination. Yeah, but do I need the database to do that check for me? It's possible. What if we wait until I actually have that problem? Then I can do it. Rather start small and go bigger than the other way around. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying really hard not to close the door. Ha ha ha. Get it? Anyway, I'm going to consider what you're saying, Nui. At the same time, though, I'm also considering what War Eagle said. And I think I can afford to wait until I have a compelling reason to make it a primary key. That compelling reason could be either I actually do get a situation where I have the same slot twice, and then Nui is allowed to say, "I told you so," and I would say, "Yes, you did tell me that, and you were right." Or another possibility is I'll need to have there'll be some performance issue, and I'll find out, oh, it's because I didn't index the slot, and then be like, okay, good to know. Now let's index the slot, and we're done. Changing a column from signed to unsigned for me saved you a whole £2 a month. So that bit you squeezed out, you compressed your database down by, what would that be? About 1 to 2%. Yeah, clip it for future Raimu. Then, you can always say, I did tell you so, and I'll probably believe you, even if I don't remember. At this point, Nui could say, I told you so about practically anything, including the $10,000, and I'd probably say, yeah, you probably did tell me that. I just don't remember. The size of the database and the size of the backups. Aha, but Apollo, I don't need to back up my database. Because I'm running on a Raft cluster, and it backs itself up. It has both redundant copies of the database on each server, and I also have a snapshot history that is auto-pruned over time. So I can adjust the pruning of that and not keep any, or I can increase it if I have more disk space. Okay, so let me think about how I would do this. I would have 3 tables then. One has open and locked in it. Another one has rows for which component and paths to change for close. Another one would be, actually, I could combine this. Couldn't I? Yeah, I could have action, component, path, value. Yeah, that's what I can do. Still costs use disk space. Disk space for me has been cheap. The most expensive thing for me has been running an elastic compute, elastic cloud compute (EC2) instance in Amazon Web Services. The storage has been ridiculously cheap, like a couple pennies a month. And I think the second place cost was the DNS record, and then the third place was S3 bucket retrievals. So it's pennies a month for me, maybe. But then I might end up paying more later. But then on the other hand, maybe I get more revenue. I don't know. I try to keep those kinds of things measured realistically, like as in like I measure them for real and not just have thought experiments about it. Although that means if I mess up, I'll have a large bill for a month, and then I'll have to fix that. You watch the pennies to keep it as profitable as possible. Wow, see, I can never be so good at optimization of money. Then again, Apollo I, you have a huge game that's actually a living, breathing thing. I don't have that yet, so when I get to where you are, I'll probably want to squeeze every last bit out of this that I can, right? All right, let me update the current task because I'm going to work about doors. So I wasn't necessarily figuring out today's plan. I was figuring out what the first table I wanted to convert was. So now it's going to be migrating the game's doors to SQLite. All right, so let me find where I've done. Let's see, caps would be a good one. I can just copy and paste that one. So this is now doors, or door. Yeah, I know. It's textspaced.com, right? See, I think I remembered it this time. Textspace.com. Yeah, textspace.com. Here, I'll do the promo for you, Apollo I. See, I remembered. It only took me like 3 times of it being mentioned before I could remember it. Go to today's notes. Okay. Caps becomes door. These are the unit tests for the ECS that have to do with persisting doors. Persisting in an SQL database. All the doors in the game. Okay. So the destroy entities are all the same, basically. Create component. I don't know if I have keys for doors. No, I didn't even bother with making keys. They're full names and everything. So I guess I'll just keep it like that. So it's open, true, locked, false. Okay, that's one table. And then the next table is on open. It's a JSON object, which has tile, for example, which has another JSON object, which has like ID 3, I guess. And then we'll have close, change it to 4, why not, right? So there's a door in my game. Yeah, the only catch with that game is it's played with Facebook Messenger. And I haven't used Facebook in a while, and I'm trying to avoid using it, which is a bummer because that means it's not easy for me to try out Apollo I's game without feeling like I've kind of betrayed my own pledge to not use Facebook. But, you know, Only makes about 8,000. That's decent and respectable, though. Yeah. Okay. So there are going to be two tables. One's going to be holding the open and locked, right? Open, locked from door. So I should see two booleans, right? So expect true bool for column 0, and then false for column 1. And then we're going to reuse the prepared statement to check the second table. We're going to call it door. I don't know. Here's where I have trouble with words. If on open is the collection of components and keys to change when you open the door, what would this table be called? Door modifiers? Sure, door modifiers. I think Apollo, I said it was just them. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty sweet. It just proves that it is possible to be a solo dev. It just takes a lot of dedication. Someone, I don't remember exactly who, I'll remember in a second, but someone recently was describing this in a stream, that to be a solo dev means you need to be an entrepreneur, an artist, a business person, and a developer all in one in order to do that successfully. I can't remember who it was that said this, but I totally agree. So you have to be a developer to make the game. You have to be an artist to do the art, the music. You need to be an entrepreneur to do the marketing and get your audience. And then you have to be a business person because you have to be in charge of all the money. You have to like trim costs. And a friend of mine would call it having multiple hats. That at any one point you're wearing one of your hats, your artist hat, your business person hat, your entrepreneur hat, or your developer hat. Ooh, more art? Right, it's a space-based game, so this is a space... That's really cool. This reminds me of the surface of a star. Oh, it's a stable wormhole. Huh, nice. This little divider here and where it shows this is sort of threw me for a second. I'm like, am I looking at two images or is that a zoom? I guess it's a zoomed in version. That's neat. According to SQLite, explain query plan not using the two column primary queries with where would scan the whole table rather than using an index. Okay, that's a good thing to note. I can test that myself. What if I just make the entity a primary key and not the slot? Or does it for uniqueness constraint, do I need to have what we had the other day proposed, right? Didn't you or someone else proposed this? Yeah, you proposed to have a primary key be a combination of two columns, right? Business plus development, the most important. I think business and entrepreneur are probably the most important in my opinion, and then art, and then development. But that's only because I think art is more difficult. Someone who is an artist might say developer stuff is more important because art is easy. That's what I do every day, that kind of thing. Two column since E can repeat, but slot can change. Yeah. I'm imagining a campaign cartographer would be just a tool you could use to make maps with fractals in it. Yeah, and I can see how you might take a map generator and use it to make a space... what am I trying to say? Make a cosmic image. Because you have a lot of pseudo randomness in like the arrangement of stars and different shadows in there, right? Generate systems and planets. Oh, I see. To make the game universe, you're saying. All right. Okay. So Nui, I think you're probably right. I think I would like to measure that. I can try. I need to understand the explain query plan too, because that sounds really useful. And I might just go back and just modify my schema. It shouldn't change anything else, right? Because the only thing it should require me to modify is this schema, right? And I actually, this schema only exists in the unit test framework. I haven't done the real database migration yet. So I can kind of hold off until I do that and then consider the difference between what I have now and what you're suggesting, which is probably, it's sounding more and more to me like something I should do. Okay, so the second table modifiers is going to have action, component, path, and value. Okay, and then we should have 2 rows. Okay, and I've done this kind of a loop before, so let me go to container and copy what I did there. Yeah, we'll have this loop thing here. Let's do this. And I'm gonna paste that after the statement construction right there. Okay, so we have the expected elements. Oh, wait a minute. This needs to be a little bit more elaborate because I want to check action, component, and path also. So let's have a struct expected columns. So I'll have action, component, path, and then the database abstractions value for value. Most important thing is the product itself. Yeah, marketing. Everyone I've run into that's actually done this or tried it has said marketing is the most important. Yeah. Well, hold on. You're saying that marketing and product are different, Apollo Y, right? I've been considering the two to be in the same domain. That marketing and product are in the same domain, but you're suggesting that they're separate. I guess it's because when I think of doing marketing, I think of being honest. So the marketing would be good if the product is good. If the product sucks, then the marketing is going to suck too. But I can see it. You're saying that you can have awesome marketing kind of to inflate the attractiveness of the product, and then people will come and they'll say, "Oh, this is garbage," and then they'll leave. Or you could have a good product and just you don't market it very well, and so very few people do see it, but when they see it, they stick to it. So I think I maybe been thinking about it wrong. Marketing and product are different. Okay. So product is more important. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better because I've been trying to focus on making a good product. At least for me, what I would play. Now, it might not be what everyone likes. Everyone else has been telling me that marketing is the most important, not the product. So this is the first time, Apollo Y, that I've heard product more important than marketing. Interesting discussion. Kind of makes you think. It made me just stop and think just now. Procedurally generated. I love it. Okay, so each of these is going to be a structure, right? And what we're going to put in this structure, we're going to put the action. The first one is going to be, I need to order by, or else this is going to be a problem. Let's just order by action. Just to get into a predictable order. So that means the first one is going to be alphabetically between close and open is going to be close. Tile. ID. What was the close? 4. And the other one is open. Tile. ID. 3. Okay, so I don't have a selected results. What was selected results? Oh, that's select results. That's because it's const up here. You need to be able to reuse it. All right, so there are going to be 4 columns, right? So it should be expected element dot action, expected element dot component, and these are strings. So string equal const char star, and these are both texts. I don't need that slot thingy. Okay, and then another one for path for column 2. Oh wait, these don't need to be standard strings. They can just be const char star. And yeah, we're good. All right, and then I need one for the value. So that's just equal that expected element dot value and no cast at all, because we're going to compare database abstraction values directly, and but I do need to give a type that we expected, and it's going to be integer. Am I going to run into a problem where I need to know the type of the thing? I think I will run into that problem. Well, how am I going to handle that? Either another column to say what the type is, or maybe I just make it strings and then I have to do a little bit of parsing. I think I'd rather do a type field. Actually, to fit most SQL databases, we probably want it to be a string because we have to pick one type. So maybe we'll just go with string. So these are both strings. And we're going back to string, const char star text. Okay. Now the set. So for set, since this object is a bit complicated, I think I'm going to do it this way. We'll have an auto component equals that. And then create component, we'll just use component. And in the act, we'll modify the component and set it. So we're going to end up calling set here again. But we'll change some things here. So component, let's close the door. Open is false. And then we'll also change what happens when open happens. So we'll say component. We need to do, because it's the secondary table, we might need to either add, remove, or replace. Let's do an add, let's do a remove, and let's do a place. So on open, so the add could be anything. Let's say tile, and let's set, instead of, in addition to the ID, we'll set a tile set 42. Okay, and then remove would be we'd do something like we don't change the tile when it closes. So on close tile dot remove ID. And then a change would be like changing an existing one. So perhaps it would be like, now when we open the door the next time, it is going to change it to tile 5 instead of 3. Okay, and then we set that. And then let me copy what I had up here for the expectations. All right, and we're going to change expectations. So I decided to close the door. So that means that we'll expect false there. And then we're going to have 2 rows again, but one of them is going to be new and one's going to be changed, and one of them is going to be removed. So if we're removing the close, that means both of these are going to be open. One's going to be tile, and one's going to be, I guess let's order by path this time. Just to make sure the order is predictable, because they're both going to be open, right? Path, one's ID and one's tile set. The ID is going to be 5, and the tile set's 42. There we go. I could play with this a little bit also. I could use, like, I could have it be not an integer. So, for example, this is important. I'll just leave it the way it is. Okay. Yeah, I'll just leave it the way it is. Oh, I can't build this yet because it needs to be added to the makefile. Door. Now I can build it. I should also check to see if CMake... Yeah, see, they still haven't updated it, right? I'm still waiting for them to fix it. It's been 4 days now since they broke it. Or since it broke for me, there's always the possibility that developers don't consider it a bug, and then it just stays there. And then I am locked into one version of the tools. Bible thump. Alright. Bible thump is sort of a weird name for an emote. I've always thought it has to do with Binding of Isaac. I know, but I've never played that game. Run the tests. Okay, so they all fail. I pretty much think I know why. It's because I didn't add the schema for it. So none of the statements are going to prepare correctly. So let's make a table for door. And I had open as a boolean and locked, right? And then the secondary table, which is door modifiers. And one was action, text, and another one was component, and then path, and value, right? Value. Well, did I never say hi to Cloud Hawk? I think I forgot to say hi to Cloud Hawk, and I don't even see where the chat happened. I must have missed it. You said hey about 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I didn't see that, Cloud Hawk. Hey, Cloud Hawk, how are you doing? Okay, that's the schema. Except for I don't want all these commas. These commas are bad. There we go. Oh, but there need to be commas inside. I've screwed this up before too. Yeah, the other thing is, like, my stream helper tells me when I haven't said hi to someone, but it's all the way on one side, so I have to actually kind of turn my head a little bit to see it. That's one of the things I think I need to work on. A better alert system. Maybe a little blink would catch me in my peripheral vision. Cool. So this, right, is failing correctly because I haven't implemented it yet. Bouncer, yeah. You know why it's called Bouncer, Irish John? Because its primary purpose when I designed it was to kick people out of chat who would spam, you know, like the spammers who come in and, like, just say, hey, visit this website. So it has a list of forbidden words that are those spammers' website names, and if someone ever chats them and they're not whitelisted, they get kicked immediately. Have it flash my LEDs? Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. Have it, like, maybe dim it for a moment, and I would say, oh, there's someone new. Let me put that on my to-do list. I like that idea. I want the to-do list for the game. Where is that? This one, right? Yes. I didn't put the thing in my clipboard, so I gotta go grab it again. There we go. So, let's say this is an idea for how to be reminded by the stream helper that there is someone new in chat. All right. Okay, so door. I need to go to where? Components.cpp. At the table, there's a bunch. At the top, there's a bunch of tables now, right? Or did I move them? Okay, yeah, they are moved. They're down here. These, I'm probably going to want to move to another file when I refactor this, but they're here for now. So we have door, and we have open, and we have locked. So far. What else do I need? Oh, is this going to be a custom table? How did I do custom? Oh, I did it this way. Right. Yeah, complex table mapping. Okay, got it. Cool. So, component field names, I do need this. So, door is open, goes to open, because they don't have any key names for it, but it does need to be listed. Locked goes to locked. Okay, and then I have a complex mapping for door for the on open, on closed. No, that's not a spam site, Nui, not yet, at least. Yeah, so Irish John, it used to be really bad, where I also had to have the stream helper auto timeout new accounts because people would create like they get them in batches, I think. Get a batch of like 100 newly created Twitch accounts, and they would set up a bot that would have all 100 of them join in chat and just start spamming things, either bad words or hateful statements or just random gibberish. So I had to have the bouncer also kick out new chatters, which is why I have it in the rule set even today, that technically there's a rule in my channel that you're not allowed to chat until your account is a couple weeks old. I don't enforce that right now because I haven't had to, but it's there just in case the spammers come back and start using those batches of new accounts to start spamming things. And then I would just activate a checkbox in the bouncer, and the bouncer would go kick out all the new chatters. At least the ones that chat. Gets hit with that a lot. What does he do? Does he have a moderation tool for that, or does he just ignore it, or does he leave it up to his moderators to handle it? Happy Roaster got roasted. Hey, there's Xanax. Reek of Regents, hello. Okay, I need a custom mapping for this new table I'm making, right? Let's just copy from players. This is the abomination I made yesterday, or Friday. Okay, so instead of player, it's going to be... Actually, let's leave player there, and alphabetically door comes before player, right? This is door modifiers. And then the JSON key was on close, right? Just kind of lets it happen. Haven't seen it very long. Yeah, that's another way to deal with it, is just ignore them. That's one way to deal with bullies. If you can ignore them, ignoring them just sort of removes the effect of what they're doing, and then they lose interest and they just leave. Why is this a problem? Probably because I don't have a comma at the bottom here. No, I do. Is why... Okay, now it's okay. And IntelliSense just took it a while to figure it out. Okay, so Okay, I think I know what I want to do, but it's going to involve making some functions instead of using lambdas here. Or you have a lambda that uses another function. Or a function factory. That's probably better. Make door modifier create statement for close. You saw my research for Minesweeper game? You can create a clone of the game without worry. It's how emulators are able to exist. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't take any of the assets. I drew it myself, which is why it looks a little bit different. Cool, thank you. And hey there, Drift in the Loft. Yeah, did you know that I actually deployed that? So it's at rymines.now.sh. Well, thank you, not sure, of course. See, if I ever get bored, I can play my own Minesweeper game here. That's a mine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Good thing I had armor. Let's buy more armor. Let's, that's... Yeah, so this is my Minesweeper game. It has a, this feature where the grid can be really large, and it has a little mini-map in there. I like it. It's got things like armor and other abilities, and it's even open source. You can fork it on GitHub. Thank you for the follow. And hello, not sure, of course. Welcome back. Doesn't really scale well. Doesn't really scale well. My dad likes it. The game, the Minesweeper game. He likes how it scales. Okay, right. I need... This is going to be... We're going to just make function factories for this. So this is the update statement is next. Update statement for close, and then delete statement. And then delete all statement. Okay, and this is make door modifier create elements. And then update elements. All right. And in terms of graphics? Oh, like for zooming in and out? Maybe not. It's more pixel art. Okay, so then I can just change this, right? Oh, wait. This assumed that there would be only one set of functions per table and JSON key. What am I going to do for this? Depending on how I use this, I can make it a multi-map instead of an unordered map. Or I can make this an array. Let's see, what do I do for this? Yeah, I could make it another array. But then, yeah, create and delete and update will all have to change to support that. Would it be that bad, though? So this would be, I suppose, just a vector. Yeah, vector. Or I can just use complex table mappings and define that down here using standard, or that plural equals a vector of its singular. All right, and then I need to modify all the other places. So this becomes an inner vector. No, this one, right? So another level. Like that. Which means I can then add on open. Okay, and then at this level, it's just nested one level deeper. Like that. Shouldn't it be 3, row 6, column 3? Hold on. I think I missed the context. Row 6, column 3. Where were we that you saw row 6, column 3? Should be a 3. I'll probably find out if it was a mistake that I made. The compiler will probably tell me what I did wrong. All right, at each of these levels, this becomes now a vector. So this is a plural. And we just do, yeah, I think I just do this for const auto table mapping and table mappings. And then just nest it one level deeper. In the pick. That didn't load for me. Or did it? No, it doesn't, that picture doesn't load for me. Oh, wait a minute, it loaded. Okay, there was just a typo in the link, I think. No, wait a minute. How come it loads sometimes and doesn't load other times? Okay, so here's your picture. Shouldn't it be a 3 in row 6? No, the X means you marked it as a mine, but there's no mine there. That means it's a mistake. So the actual mines are these 3. This means you marked it as a mine, but it's not. So you're either looking at this 2 or this 1 and saying that there should be a mine there. But you're probably looking at this 2 thinking, oh, there's a mine here, there's a mine here, but you neglected this one up here. Yeah, so this is maybe not the best way to show it, but this means it was a mismarked, that there's no mine there. Because I made the graphics 20 years ago, I didn't want to touch my own graphics. I just kept them. So this is what I decided 20 years. This is what 20 years ago Raimu thought was a perfect icon for depicting a spot where you said that there was a mine, but there wasn't one. I don't know how else to draw it though. Okay, I just need to do this in the update and the delete, don't I? But I hope you're enjoying the Minesweeper game. I enjoyed remaking it, and I enjoyed making it the first time 20 years ago. Table mapping in table mappings. I could probably make this a common helper, right? Yeah. I'll probably end up doing that when I refactor this. A facepalm icon, there you go. Okay, I already have it there. Is it here? Yeah, here it is. For const auto mapping and mappings. Indent. Okay, let's see if that builds. Well, it won't build completely because I'm missing these functions, but everything else should compile. Yeah. Hold on a second. I have to complain to my kids who are making noise near me. I'm like, you know, I'm streaming right now because they're like talking loud. Cool. New headphones work. I had to get new headphones for one of my kids because the old one broke. Headphones and webcams are important now for school. Okay, I need to define these, right? Where's best to do this? Probably in a new file, right? That would be smart. That would be the smart thing to do. So this would be a new file called door. And I'm going to want a header file for it too. I think. Yeah, these Lambda functions don't have any capture any context, so they don't need to be members of the components class. They could be their own class or their own. It doesn't even need to be in a class. It could just be in a file. So I just need to have a header to. Hold on a sec. Again, I have to yell at kids. I don't want you guys to hear me yell at my kids. They said, "Hey, could you stop that?" They're like singing the coconut song over and over again. All right. It's been an hour and 16 minutes. I already feel like I need to take a break. This module declares functions used to manage the storage of door information in the game. Did it mark the mines for you when it was the only choice? Possibly. There might be differences between the traditional Minesweeper and mine. In mine, you win when you get when you identify all the open spaces, not when you identify all the mines, because the mines could be mistakes. So if it's down to there's one mine left unmarked and you have 2 spaces left, if you click on the open space, it would declare you the winner and show you the mine unexploded. But if you marked the mine and didn't open the open space, the game still goes. The idea, I think, in my head was you might have picked the right one or the wrong one. You won't really know until you actually open a space. If you open the right one, you win. If you open the wrong one, then boom, game over, you lose. I guess I am putting everything in this namespace still. Okay, so let me declare all the functions I need. They're all declared in actually complex table mapping, aren't they? Okay, I guess I'm just copying all this stuff. All right, and then I'm running down the list, and I'm removing standard function in front. Delete. This one outdents. I'm removing all of these. Okay, now what names am I giving these? Make door mod. Oh, wait a second. It doesn't. It needs to return this. Okay, then let's undo this. Yeah, that's the signature of what it creates. Could I just then declare this once? Yeah, let me do that. Let's make names for these. Let's make them outside. Hold on. These, let's declare them outside. In this header. Outside of this simple class. Let's put them here. They don't have another home yet. And so in front I'm going to say using. And I need to come up with a name here. Construct create statement delegate equals that. Construct update statement delegate. I think the problem is that today is a holiday, so my kids are out of school, and so they're getting bored. I think maybe if we assign them chores, that it wouldn't be such a problem. Someone just walked by and yelled no at me. I have a microphone that isolates noise, so you can't hear it most of the time. Once in a while you'll hear something from them. Okay, I'm basically just promoting these names to be type names now. So capitalizing them and putting delegate at the end. And oh, I'm missing all the equal signs. That's what's wrong here. I'm waiting for Telsays to catch up. Okay, so prepare statement handle is probably declared inside of the class. No? Okay, where is that declared? Oh. Yeah. We need to move this out. Move it to the top level. Oh, wait. I see what's going on. Yeah, so this just needs to say components. Although, why does it still not like it? Has no member prepare statement handle, but it does. Oh, I need to put it back there. Now it does. There we go. Okay. So I can remove this duplication, right? Where was that? Search for this, I guess. Search for that. Here. Nope. Here. Aha. Yeah, so I can just say delegate. Delegate. Take that and replace that part, put delegate at the end. There we go. Take that name, replace the whole type name with that delegate. Take that name, replace this whole thing with that capitalized but delegate. There we go. Oh my goodness. IntelliSense is feeling the burn too. Feel the burn. Okay, now that they have names, I can declare them here, right? That we're going to return one of these for this function, which takes a standard string action. These are mighty function names, and actually this needs to be even more mighty. Because, actually no, I just need to include components.hpp. I also need to add door header and source file to the list of things we're building. At this level. Here. Why? Oh, this is listing headers separately from. I don't remember why I'm doing this. door.http, and then I separately list the sources down here. Right here. Yep. So that file doesn't exist yet, or it does, and that's a test for it. This file does, but it's empty, right? Okay. Let's give it a header. Remove the copyright because it decided not to include that directly anymore. Okay, the implementation of the I can just say this should have pragma once at the top. Contains the implementation of functions used to manage the storage of door information in the game. Yes. Okay, so then let me get all the declarations out of the way. Okay, so we have create, we have update, we have delete and delete all, create elements and update elements, and that's it. The types are declared in the header, right here. We need an update there, and delete here, delete all, create and update. Okay, so now it should compile but not build, but not link. Building. Let's take a hydration break. Oh, there's an error. Where was that error? Oh, not found because I didn't include the header. Okay, so then I need to include that up here. Include door. There we go. Wait, what? Type redeclaration. Okay. Did I get that type wrong? Oh, delete all elements. Okay, it thinks I am including the type definition again. Why? Oh, are these headers including each other? No, they're not. Oh, this doesn't have a pragma once in front of it. How did I get away with that for so long? I had a header that didn't have a header guard. Oh! I forgot to say hello to AVH4, by the way. Your color of your name in my chat is the same as, not sure, of course, whose chat was before and after yours, so I missed it. Okay, cool. It compiled but didn't link. To get it to link, wow, it's really slow. I need to actually have a definition for these 6 functions here. Alright, so all the semicolons in this entire file become space, bracket, unindent, there. Done. Are they different colors? Well, for me, they're all blue. See that? And so are you. You're all blue. I'm red and Apollo I is pinkish. Okay, so this needs to include its own header. Alright, and then I'm going to start by copying what player did. I just need to find where I do that stuff. Player quests. Here we go. This stuff, right? So return one of those. Whoa. Okay, and then update. Return one of those. The indentation's killing me though. So probably don't need these comments anymore because it's obvious which one is which. If I do that, then I can say return paste semicolon and just worry about the indentation. There we go, that's better. Okay, so I want that there. Okay, this is the more complicated one. The create and update are more complicated. Okay, and then that, and then actually, I think my family's a lot noisy right now because they're getting ready to go somewhere. I am working today though, so I am not going anywhere. It's Memorial Day in the United States today, so they are all getting packed up and ready to go somewhere. Undefined. Why undefined? Oh, because this is inside of components. How come it didn't warn me in here? Oh, because it didn't need to. Okay, that's why. So, prepared statement it's in the components namespace right now. Okay, cool. So this should build but not function correctly. Yay, it built. Go to door test. Make sure it malfunctions. I need to rescan, I guess. Yep. Alright. Malfunction, please. Malfunction. Malfunction. Okay. Okay. Now to do the real implementation. So this is into door modifiers. Okay, and then where's that schema again? Common. Right. So I have action component path value. Action component path value. Okay, and so this is where here's the trick, that the action is, we already know what it is, so we're going to fill it in right here. Actually, I'm going to do it this way by doing concatenation. Yeah, they're leaving me behind. How are you doing, Romania Hate? They're packing it up and moving it on out. To do this kind of concatenation, this has to initialize this first part as a string. It didn't like that? Is that correct? Oh, we have to capture it. There, captured. Cool. So I'm going to want to capture this in all of these, I'm pretty sure. Okay, and then that's the create statement. So that should actually make it pass part of this first test in. Right? No, we need to make the statement and we have to actually do the create elements one. So I can't, this still won't work yet. So continue working. Update door modifiers set. So an update statement is really only going to change what? It's only going to change the value, right? Yeah. Yeah. Where, oops. So where entity is something and action equals plus action. And component equals something and path equals something. There we go. All right. Next. Delete from door modifiers where entity is something and action is something and component equals something and path equals something. And then delete all is just delete from door modifiers where E is something and action equals something else. Okay, now the difficult part. Create elements. So it's going to give us the key, which would be, in this case, I mean, it won't give us the key. It's going to give us the value. It's going to give us this object. It's going to be elements. Right. So if it's not an object, we're not going to create it. Yeah, we are going to loop. But at this point, it's component type. Or element. Yeah, component type goes here. And that's the key. And the value is the changes, modifications, modifiers. And the modifiers is another object whose keys are paths and values are values. So then I have to have another level here. It's for modifier and modifiers. The modifier's key is the path, and the modifier value is the value as is just the value. Okay, and then this gets nested. There we go. Hey there, Red Sky 1. Romania, hey, you just woke up from a nap? I hope it was a good nap. All right, so at this level, let me see if I can get the arguments in the right order, because I have trouble with this, right? This entity, and then action. So that's parameter 1 is action. Okay, and then what's after action? Component. I can do that, that's easy. 2 is component type. That should be a string, yes. And then after component type, path, which we also have. These are all easy. I like it. I like it when it's easy. Path. And then the last one is the value, which is more difficult. I need to convert it into a string. Can I just do standard string and then do value? Would that just work? Because what do I do in JSON value when I do operator standard string? Oh, It's not going to work. It only works if it's already a string. I need to do a switch on the type, don't I? So switch on value dot get type case JSON value type string break, and then two more I think I'm going to support now, which is integer and floating point. So that's int max t. I have an int max t converter, right? Yes, I do. And then float is double. And we'll leverage the fact that SQLite can bind different values, different types in the same column, but when we read it back as a string, it will convert. We'll let the database convert it for us. And for the default, we won't bind it at all. Or maybe I'll bind it to null. Might as well, right? Bind it to null if it's some unexpected type. All right, so we bound it, then we step it. If there's no, step doesn't if step doesn't work, then we should say error stepping door modifier, and then we'll put a action create statement. So that means I need to make that a string. Cool. That should get create to work. Didn't work. Okay, well, I tried. Let's see if he even gets here. Nope, it didn't even get there. Interesting. If it didn't get there, that means in here, in create here somewhere, there's a problem. Create elements. Create complex. That's not it. Shouldn't there be like a create elements call? Here it is. Right. So go to there in this test, please. It's still running, so I need to restart it. Okay, here we are. So the type is door. Okay. Table name, door modifiers. It has the table mappings for on, close, and on open. So it's going to do on close first, I think. Go away window. On close, yes. So it's going to construct the statements. Oh. There's a syntax error constructing the statement. Oh well. Let's go back and see what it is. It's empty. Oh right, because we haven't made it yet. Okay, so step into that. Okay, the create statement was an error. What's the error? No such column close. No such column close. What's the statement then? Oh, it got moved into here. Okay, so then this is the problem. Hold on a second. I keep having to yell at my kids to stop. It's getting frustrating. Go. Right. Oh, it skipped right past where I wanted. Stepping in is sometimes difficult. Okay, what's the statement? Insert into... I wish I could see it as a string. Oh, it's at the top here. Insert into door modifiers e, comma, action, kind of, component, comma, path, kind of, values. Oh, doesn't it close needs to be in as a string. It's not quoted. Okay, that's the problem. No one caught that, including me. This needs to be in quotes. So single quote there and a single quote there. Single quote there, single quote there, single quotes there, and this has to have a ending single quote. And I haven't updated that one down there yet. Run it again. Okay, so it got further. Okay, so it's confused component with action. So I have the orders of the arguments wrong, I think. All right, getting there. So it's entity. Then oh, I don't need to bind the action. It's hard-coded into the statement. Okay, that's the problem. I don't bind the action because it's hard-coded in there. So that means I don't even need this action at all. Yep. And these are all three. Oh, I needed the action down there, though. Yeah, I guess we'll just capture the action just for the diagnostic message, then. Okay, I think it got further? Let's see. Nope. It didn't get further. Hold on. Did it not create them? Why do I have this thing called slot? I think it's because it's copied from inventory. Hey there, Dries Jans. Oh, it's on the second row. It fails on the second row. So it worked for one row and failed on the second one. Okay, why would that happen? So it got the close but not the open for some reason. Interesting. This doesn't, we don't need to say slot, actually. We can just say expected element action. Or I could say index, I. There we go. Yep, doing database migration junk. Yeah, so what this is telling me is it, at row 1, it said it was done, so it only got the close, it didn't get the open. And where is that table? It's down here. So it does do that, doesn't it? I guess we'll just step through it again. Remove breakpoints. Let's make sure we get hit here for both the open and the close of the door. Debug. So which action do we have here? We have the close, and then go again. And we have the open. So is it not succeeding here? Oh, there's an error. Unique constraint failed. Door modifier E. Oh, do I have that as a primary key? I probably screwed that up. Yep, it's not a primary key here. Yep, it's not unique. Hey there, Anakin Luke. Yep, I do live coding and live debugging. Yep, definitely do those both. Interesting. The order by is not working, I guess. I told it to order by action. Hold on, what's the error? Let me print out the value for I here. And then run it again, Sam. Okay, for this one, it said close instead of open. Okay, let me, okay, this actually does a fetch on this statement. We are ordering it by the action. Oh, these are expect. So the only thing that didn't match was this was a close instead of an open. It's weird that it would be a close and not an open, though. That's why vegans can't be programmers. Because of live debugging? Because they don't like to kill bugs? I don't know. I missed something. Went shoop way over my head. Why would only the action be wrong? Why would it be close instead of open for that? What did I get wrong there? I know, whoosh, went right over my head. It happens. I've come to accept it. I guess I should be looking at the statement, because the only thing, this action is not actually bound to the statement at all. It's hard-coded in the statement, so it would be up here, right? So debug that. We should hit here twice. Close. And then open. And where does this go back to? Really? Hold on. Oh, they're put in the table when we start. Interesting. Right, because it's just manufacturing functions. Okay. Then I need to go here next. Now, here's where we actually are constructing them. The close. And... oh, it didn't run the other one. Interesting. So it only constructed the close statement. So I must have messed that up. Let me go up the chain here. Table mapping is on close. Where is it putting it? No, this is creating them. Start over again. Yeah, where is this called from? Oh, wait. I see what's going on. Yeah, I see the problem. It only has a storage for one of them. Right here. I need to have storage. Right, it's by this. Okay, that's a problem. I guess it needs to be an array. And it needs to track the other array. So, not the set, because a set is an unordered map. Well, I guess I could turn it from a vector into an unordered map. There's really no need to make it an unordered map, so I'll just make another type. Prepared statement array. Technically, I just leave it where it is. It's a vector of prepared statement handles. That goes there, and then wherever we use that, we have to change the code. Whole word only. There we go. Okay, so when we're walking through table mappings, we also need to walk through this simultaneously. So I guess I'll have 2 iterators. Yeah, I guess. Oh wait, it's more difficult than that because it might not have been constructed yet, so the vector might be empty. I could resize it. Yeah, okay, so what I can do is I can say, auto prepared statement, well, create complex element entry equals this dot begin. Because that is an array, which is a vector. I should be able to do the begin on it. How come it doesn't like this, though? Confused. Why doesn't it like me to do that? This... Oh, shoot. Did this wrong. Should be an array set. Yeah, okay, there needs to be an array and there needs to be an array set. It's one of these. Okay. Now that should make that one happy. Okay, got it. Okay. So, if it's at the end, I need to actually add one, right? So if it's equal to end, then we need to push back one, or resize. I need to say, or can I insert into the back? So that dot insert. Can you insert an element in the end of the vector and get an iterator back to it? Good question, Raimu. Does vector have a method where I can add an element at the end and get an iterator back for it? Am I in the right place? I think I am. Insert. Yeah, I get an iterator back to it, right? Yeah. So I can just say insert at the end an empty one. Okay, and the type of this is prepared statement handle. And then I have to say inserted at the end. Okay. And then we can get right, instead of that, it's just this dereferenced. And then I suppose we'll just do plus plus after that because we can. And then the rest of it's good. And then I have to repeat that for update and delete. How come it doesn't like this though? Declarations incompatible. Why? Why does it say these declarations are incompatible? I hate it when IntelliSense does this to me. I think it's just IntelliSense is confused. Okay, I need that copied here. Like that. Okay. Oh, I need to do the same thing for delete? Dang. And delete all, I bet, right? How many of these do I have? Yeah, so these... Wow, this is complicated. Array sets for those, and array set for that. That means I need to have 2 iterators here. A delete and... a create and a delete. And I need to do this same thing twice. Once for create and once for delete. And it's plural, not singular. What did I just do there? Ah, yeah. Complex element, but this one needs this one needs the plural version. So go to here and make it plural, please. There. Plural. Okay, and then that. Oh, it needs the update too. Okay, there's the create. There's the delete, and I need an update too. Update. Update. This should have been create, not change that. Okay, and then update goes there. Okay. Wait, why am I constructing them only to use one of them? What? Hold on, what? Oh, shoot. All 4 are constructed at the same time. Dang it. This is a mess. This is a real mess. I don't like this. So I need to do the singular also? Singular. This there. I need to do the singular, right? That, like that. And this entire huge mess gets copied to all 3 places. What a mess. What a mess. Sorry, there's a bunch of noise around me. I'm trying to deal with it. Okay, where are we? This is delete. I need to do this in create also. Yeah, up here. This is all a mess. And I need to go to here and replace all of that. Right, and then if we care about the create one because that's what we're using. Okay. All right, and then yeah, this deserves to be in a boilerplate function buttoned up somewhere else. So I just need to go to update complex elements there, and then that replaces this. Okay, now will it build? Or did I mess everything up? Nope, I messed everything up. Dang it. What didn't it like? Looks like a syntax error somewhere. Like a misplaced brace. Whenever you see like a ton of errors like that, it's usually a misplaced bracket somewhere. Local function, yeah, when you see stuff like this, it's usually a sign of misplaced bracket somewhere. Yeah, so I didn't terminate this function correctly. So is there anything else to do in the game as of now? You don't think you've paid the beggar yet? Yeah, there's not much to do. I mean, I don't know what you've seen, but you can get a weapon, you can get armor, you can get healed, you can give away your money, you can do the slimes quest, you can ride the boat, you can find the key and open the chest. And that's about it. You did all of that? Yep. That's all the content we have so far, and it's all test content, so once I get back on track with content, we'll add more. You found the key? Did you use it, right? Did you use it? I forget. Were you the one that used it yesterday or Friday? Okay, I'm missing some syntax here. Oh, here it is. Look. That is not indented all the way. There we go. Yeah, this is gross and disgusting. I need to fix it. Right, I gave it to you because someone else picked it up and just logged out with it, right? You trying to find bugs? Yeah. There you go. You could try to find holes in the walls and stuff. It looks like it's building this time. What a mess. I need to refactor this. Okay, so let's try again. And it crashed. It crashed. So let's see it crash. In the debugger, retry. Can't increment value initialized vector iterator. Interesting. Okay, I missed something here. Say you're fighting with a tooltip that was not working when you were not focused on the browser. Oh, yeah, I hate UI bugs too. Go away, window. Struct at null. I don't even know what that means. That's empty. That's struct at null. What's it trying to tell me though? That it can't increment value initialized vector iterator. Value initialized. I don't even know what a value initialized vector iterator is. Is it because it's const? Let's leave the debugger. They're all iterators, right? They're all vectors. No. Okay, that's an unordered map containing a vector. But these are all indexed, so these should all be vector iterators. Yeah. Prepare statement array iterator. Okay. Oh, this is wrong. Hold on. If create is that's create. This is delete. This should be delete plural. Hold on. Yeah, this is wrong. My names betray me. That's plural. That's going to be in all three places too. That's what's horrible about copy pasted code is I made that mistake now in three places. So create, delete will have the same bug in it. Yeah, right here. And then update will have it too. Right here. Why is that indented one level over? That makes me suspicious that... Oh, look at that. I have an unnecessary level of indentation. How did that happen? That shouldn't be there. There we go. Bye, family. Family's leaving. Bye. Okay, hold on a second. Raimu doesn't want to be part. Or Mrs. Raimu doesn't want to be part of the stream. She says, "Why do you have to tell them that?" Hold on a second. All right. It built, right? I'm gonna run the test. It's gonna pass this time, yes. And destroy works, so I just need to do update. All right. And then I need to clean up this horrible mess that I made. And then I should probably take a break, because this was a huge... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a break after I get this update working, and then I'm going to clean up that horrible code. Bye. Family's leaving. Suddenly very quiet. Yeah, update. All right, good. Good. What does the current task say? Doors, yeah, that's what we're doing. Getting rid of all of the breakpoints. Okay, that was create. Wait a minute, where am I? That's making the statements, right? Okay, so it's down here where we're doing the actual update. No, this is the right place, yeah. Okay, I got it. Hey there, helpful puffin. Why you hate Romania, man? I don't think that Romania hates Romania. I never actually asked Romania hate what they hate. Maybe it's not the English word hate for all we know. Maybe it's in another language, or maybe it's an acronym for something else. It could be Happy Anonymous Teapot Enthusiasts, right? For all we know. Let's not assume that HATE means the English word hate, especially if it's in Romania. Yeah, let's... And I have never really pressured or asked Romania hate what the hate stands for. I figure if they want to tell us what hate means, they'll say. No, don't worry. I'm sort of half joking with you. I've never heard Romania hate actually put hate on anything. It's just a curiosity that it's part of their name. It didn't mean to offend any teapot enthusiasts. Yeah. Okay, so the when we update a door, we're going to look and see. Okay, I need to look at the test again. The test down here. Oh, it's multi-level. This is going to get interesting. Oh, shoot. I'm going to need another statement, aren't I? I could do it the inefficient way, which is to delete all the old entries one by one. I'm wondering if it was a bad idea to collect all these together for complex elements. What if I just had a way for the delegates we created to hold onto their own memory? Because we're already holding on to it. Where? No, we're not holding on to any one particular place. They're in all 4 places, aren't they? I guess I'll just do it the inefficient way. So this is not a quest key now. It is a we're in the context of an action. The next level from action is component type. New component. Where are we stepping the updates? Oh no, we have to go one more level, don't we? Because for that, we need to see the values, yeah. Right, so then we have to say for, so there's going to be another level here. Const auto, old components is old element value. And then there'll be a new components. Oh no, that was new components. Whoops. Yeah. Okay, so then I need to loop, actually I need to loop both. No, I need to just loop the old. But, yeah, this is going to be tricky. It's going to be really gross too. Thank you, Irish John. I'll try. Although it feels like I am jumping down into the rabbit hole and going to go mad for const auto. It's going to be old value in what is it going to be? Old values in old components. And for each one, it might be there or it might not in the new, or it might be there with a different value. And the code I copied from never actually checked to see if the old and the new were the same. It just rewrote everything. Okay, let me try to do this. So if new components, I need to get the key in the value. Const auto old path is old values key. Is values the right term here? Really, it should be old component entry. Old components entry. Old components entry key is the old path, and then old value. Actually, don't care about the old value, do we? If new components has old path, then we're doing an update. Otherwise, we're doing a delete, right? So here's the update step. Some more opportunity for remove redundancy that I have here. So there's update. And I don't know the order of these arguments. Some old bookmarks here. Okay, update. 1, 2, 3. So there it's value, entity, component path. Should put a bookmark there. Value is okay. So we need to get access to it actually. Right, const auto new value is new components old path. Really, it's not old path, it's just path. And so this one it was value first, right? Yes. So it's oh, and this is the one where it has a stupid switch that I need. Dang it. This junk. Which I need to refactor rather than doing what I'm about to do, which is copy pasting it. So horrible. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Too late. Done. And then this is new value. Depending on its type, we bind it as a string, an integer, or double, or not at all. Or basically nulled. Okay, so that's value. What was next is entity, and then component, and then path. So entity is next. And then component. So that would be component type? Yep. Component type. And then path. Right? Value, entity, action. Value, entity, component, path. Value, entity, component, path. And then step, and it's stepping door modifiers plus action plus that update state. Okay, so then this has to have a string around it. Ugly, 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 ugly. Yeah, refactor later. Yeah. Oh, okay. I can at least put the string on its own line like that. That's if it has one. If it doesn't, it's a delete. So it's kind of like this junk here. Only we're going to have to do this a couple times. So this is that the new element has the component type, but it doesn't have the path in it. So we have to delete the thing on that path. So delete is here. Yeah. Entity component path. Entity component path. Step it, and then I'm just going to copy this and paste it here because this becomes a. Oh, that was wrong anyway. Where I copied it from was wrong. It should be a delete. Probably commit before refactor. Yeah. Okay, so that's one possibility. Now I have to do the else for this if, which is the new doesn't have it at all. That means we're doing a mass delete. And this is where it's got complicated because I have to loop through all the old what is it? All the old values in the old Yeah, I need to do this loop. Just to get the path, and then I can do this inside. And basically copy... Why does it say quest? Get rid of that. No old quest. This goes there and gets unindented. So it's entity, component type, path, delete it. And yeah, so this is where it's kind of gross because we could just do one statement. It would just need an alternate delete statement that doesn't have a path thing here. Basically, if the component is removed from the modifiers completely, then we don't need any of the rows that match that action and that component anymore. So you can kind of see the problem here, right? I have two kinds of deletes. Delete it where an entity is something and an action is something else, and I have another one where it's those two plus two more. But there's the one in the middle where it's we know the entity and we know the action, we know the component, and we would just say delete all of those matches. So I don't have one for that. Every time I have a nested structure, I'm going to have another possible dimension of deletion. Right? Or alternatively, the alternative was just to have this loop and just do the statement for every old path. I think it's kind of gross though. Anyway, all right, so then that's going through all the old. Now we got to go through the new and see if the old doesn't have, so it's not quest key anymore. It's component type. And we don't need the old value, do we? I do here. So it's new element key. Right. Actually, there's another dimension, another subset of things I'm missing too, right? Where the new one has the new component type, but it has some paths that the old one didn't. So I need to do another loop. I need to have access to the old components, which I do. And I have, yeah, okay, so after looping through the old components, I need to loop through the new components also. And see if the old one doesn't have, this is so complicated. I have to look through the new and see if the old one doesn't have it. Then we are doing an add, a create. To do create new path in existing component. Whereas this one is adding a new component completely. If old elements doesn't have it, I need a new, don't I? New components is new element value. Right, and then we're binding the create statement, so it's all about create now, or insert. Entity component path value. Entity component path and then value. And we don't have path because we need to go iterate through that, don't we? We have to say for where do I do this already? I do this already somewhere. Right here. Actually, I do it in delete too, don't I? Here. Right there. Yes, and then indent all of this. Okay, so then, right, what were the parameters again? It's entity, component, path value. Entity, component, path, and then the value. So that's this, again, making another copy of this switch statement. I hate this. Why am I doing this? Why can't I refactor and code at the same time? We don't have the new value is the value here, right? New new value is new components entry value. All right, and then that's parameter 3, right? Correct. So then step that, and then it's the create statement this time. Okay, that's one version of the create, and then I need the other version up here where we know the path, so it's this part here. Again, copied. It's the fact that I'm copying this code all over the place is just making my skin crawl. I know this needs to be refactored. Hey there, Spheris. I'm writing ugly code today. How are you? This actually fits. It's a total copy paste of the other code. I hate this. I hate that I'm doing this. Just writing code that's like copy this, copy that. All right, but it should work, right? No, it didn't work. It didn't even work at all. It never even got past this line. Why not? Wait a minute. Did it delete all of the... Did it delete the door completely? I didn't mean to delete the door. If the action is actually done at the start here, that means there was no... Oh, the entity number's wrong. There we go. It's like it didn't even find the door. Alright, fixed it. Worn out after Saturday's 12-hour game jam? Oh, nice. Did you have fun? Dry keeps flashing in the front of your brain. Dry is what? My brain is already fried. I don't even remember what dry stands for. It's like, do it right. Do right, yes? I can't remember. Don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself. I just did. Oh, crap. I just violated the rule by saying the rule's name twice. You made the mythical siren Hedosaurus and the empty pirate. Wow, in 12 hours? You're amazing. That's cool. Did you actually work with a bunch of people on this? Nice. Congratulations. Wow. Still worn out. It's been like 2 days, huh? That's neat. That you had that accomplishment. I hope you get some rest though. Get recovered from all that work. Wait. It got further than I thought. What did I... Am I just not understanding this? Oh, okay. I just had a... Yeah. Right. I fixed the entity number. Now it's getting further. It's getting into the actions don't match here. Is it because I'm ordering by path and the paths are not right? What path does it say? The value is wrong. It is not the right number. Oh, okay, so it didn't actually work. It's supposed to return to delete this one and then change that one from 3 to 5. And it didn't do it. Okay, so I guess we're single stepping through the update code. Let's do it. Right there and debug. Old elements, we're looking at tile. Go away window. New elements has tile. What is the action right here? We're doing close. The path is ID, yes. The new one didn't have an ID, so we're deleting tile ID from the close. And it passed. And then it goes in all the way out of that loop, and it goes into the new. It skipped one. Oh, it skipped all the way out. Ooh. Hold on. I did more change. Let me look at the new object. I probably messed up the new elements. Oh wait, no, hold on. That was correct. It does it twice. There are 2 changes. Let me review what the changes were. So there's an open for 3, close 4, right? And what we decided to do was add a new path to open called tile set, and change the ID path to 5, from 3 to 5. And then we're removing that entry completely. So we're removing the tile ID from close and adding tile set to open and changing the ID. Okay, so that in mind, let me run the test again. And then this one's closed, so it should be the delete, right? Yeah, so it's deleting tile ID. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, and then hit run again, and now we should be in the open, right? I feel like 85% of the time you watch me code, I'm debugging unit tests. Well, I'm doing test-driven development, so it's my struggle to write the code correctly. Thank you for the follows, by the way. A lot of developers will just try to get the code right the first time. I kind of lean on my unit tests as a way to iteratively construct the code, because I tend to make a lot of mistakes as I'm building things, and I'm testing early, so I'm going to be fishing out a lot of the bugs early on rather than late in the games. So I tend to have fewer bugs and issues when I integrate later. I work out all the bugs early on. So you'll see me doing a lot of early debugging on these individual pieces. Okay, new has it. Is this the one where it's, yeah, the tile. This is where the tile changed, right? Yes. And then we go through the path, which is ID, and we see the new one has it. So we're doing an update, yes. So we're updating the tile ID for that entity to be this new value, which is the 5 or whatever. Okay, so that worked. The update worked. And this should be the new value, right? Right, so this should be tile set. Correct. Okay, so it's going to create the tile set, and the value is the floating point value. Why does it say integer? Why does it say the new value is an integer? I thought I made that a float. Oh no, it was just the integer 42. Never mind. Why is it? Oh, that's the problem. It's using update statement. Okay, should be create statement. There we go. It's possible I screwed that up in here. Yep, I did. There we go, fixed it. Okay, running it again. Nope. Wait, what? Why is there still a close? I thought I told it to delete that. It should have removed the close row. Did the delete not do it and do what it's supposed to? I don't know what index. The problem is that we're checking for 2 columns, but I'm not. Let's just add it to all of these. Shift out the. It's not slot. It's just call it I. We'll shift out I on all of these, not on the asserts, but on the expecteds. Well, actually, I guess we can do it on all of them. Shift out I, and then down here. Sorry, this is super scrolled. Shift out I. I want to see what the value of I is when those expectations fail. It's 0 and then 1. Okay, so the value is incorrect for the first row, and in the second row, the action was incorrect. So in other words, instead of this being a 5, it was a 3. And instead of this being an open, it was a close. That doesn't make sense at all. Because I did on open set the tile set to 42, so it shouldn't come back and say close. So like I can make the test pass by doing this, but then that would be wrong. Those are the wrong expectations. Yeah, those are the wrong expectations, right? Somehow this 3 was not modified to 5. Let me think about this. What would cause this? Let's do the update first. So the update hits where? Here, right? I guess I just debug it again. What action is this? Close. Similarity is astounding. You mean like in how the entity component system works, or what? Quite similar? Oh, interesting. I mean, I just think that there's something simple I'm missing. Entity 523, component type is tile, path is ID. Action was close, right? So on close, tile ID, so it should delete that. Oh, which it does, right? Because we didn't see a 4. Okay, so this delete is okay. So I'm gonna hit go again. Actually, I'm gonna restart because I think that first one might have the action for the action for close should be fine, right? Maybe not. I seriously need to take a break. Okay. Okay, we're updating. This window getting in my way is really ticking me off. Open, action. Oh, the parameter number's wrong. Look at that. That should be 0, not 3. Did I do the same thing in the other update statement? I don't have another update statement. That's the only update statement. Right, it's okay. That would make sense, I think. I think it makes sense. You never know, though. Run the test again. Nope, that wasn't it. Dang it. Okay, let's just verify the okay, let me look at update. Value entity component path, right? Value entity component path. Value. Oh, wait, these are 1 based, not 0 based. I forgot about that. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the bind parameters are off because it's 1 based. Or did I add one? Oh, I added one internally. Okay, never mind. It's 0 based. 0, so update. So let me check the okay, that doesn't make sense then. I did put the expectations back. That's why it's saying 5, 3, open, close. Yeah, we're back to it not matching again. This close shouldn't be in there at all. That's what's bothering me, because we should have deleted it. That's the first thing that this test actually does, is it deletes that row, I think. Yeah, so we're going into the release statement and we're deleting. Let me make sure the delete is actually working correctly. So let's look at this, the statement for delete. Entity component path, right? Entity component path. And let me put a bookmark there. And remove that bookmark. Where are we? There we are. Entity component path. Entity component path. Sounds good to me. Delete from door modifiers, right? Where entity and action is something and component is something and path is something. I mean, it looks like it should delete the row. Can I get the step result though? Done true. See, it doesn't tell me if how many rows it deleted. That's the problem. I don't know if it actually deleted anything. But let's keep stepping. Should fall all the way out, right? Yeah, and then the next time in, we're handling the open ones. So there's an update. So we did, let's compare the update. Argument numbers. So it's value entity component path. Value entity component path. I mean, looks great to me. Hold on, I should check something else. Can I look at the store entry? Create complex element, there's one. Yeah, these should all be one, right? No, wait a minute. Yeah, they should be one, but then the inner one should have two in it. Yeah. 2 creates. 2 delete singulars. 2 delete plurals. 2 updates. I'm just wondering if maybe we're running the wrong statement. I don't know. Thing is, this is a prepared statement. I don't know if it's the correct statement. Actually, that's probably it's probably what's going on, right? Let me reason this out from what we're seeing in the test. If it's supposed to remove close tile ID and change open tile ID from 3 to 5, and what it's actually doing is this is not being touched. This one is being added, but for the wrong action. Actually, if it's the wrong action, but everything else is correct, that means we're running the wrong insert. We're running the wrong insert statement. That's what it is. And if we did the wrong update, okay, I think that's what it is. It's doing the close for both. So this got unaffected, and since there was no closed tile ID, oh no, but we deleted the close. Okay, so I see what happened. Okay, so we're running the wrong statements then. We're running the closed statements instead of the open statements. For yeah, for the set. So I need to go to where that's done. That was in set entity. Well, it's actually here, isn't it? No, it is back in set entity component of type. Update complex elements is what it is. Okay, let me look at this carefully. So we're looping through the table mappings, which... Oh, I know what it is. I think I know what it is. It's unordered maps, so we're getting them in the wrong order. No, hold on. This is a vector. No, it's not a vector. Is that the problem? No, we're getting the table name. Where is table mapping actually used? It's down there. This is an unordered map. This is also an unordered map. This is a vector. Of delegates. Right, so this is a vector. So that is in order. Hey there, Tuabud. I'm struggling with my own ugly code. I forgot to say hi to Mad Triangle. When did Mad Triangle... Oh, there it is. Any recommendation for a wannabe streamer? Hey there, Mad Triangle. Sorry I didn't see your chat. So, a recommendation for a wannabe streamer is don't do what I just did and not see chatter's question for 20 minutes. My apologies. I did not mean to do that. But that's one of my shortcomings, is sometimes people will chat and I won't see it. I do have some advice. Where did I place it? Overview, advice. That's advice on learning. I guess I don't really have anything written down right now, but Adam does. Does anybody have a link to Adam's streamer advice? Maybe I have it in here. Advice for streaming. I don't want to look at my personal information on stream. Let me look at it off stream. Oh, yeah, there's the link. There's the link. Let's see if it still goes somewhere. Yep, there it is. That's what I want. So back to Excalibur. All right. So here's Adam's advice on streaming. It was in his old Botland blog. I think it's still appropriate though, especially if you're going to do development, code development on stream. So there's a whole list of reasons why you might stream. And then there's advice on your stream setup, how to know your audience, personalities, stuff like that, drawbacks you should consider, other tips. So take a look at that. Mad Triangle. And hey there, Resubaka, how are you doing today? I saw you sneak in there right between the hi and the link. Let me take that link and post it in tips. What's business tips? Oh, that was from input from viewer. Okay, let me add new page, streaming. Advice for potential streamers? Prospective? Let's zoom this in. Prospective dev streamers. There we go. Next time someone asks that same question, we'll just go there to that link to that notebook page. Okay, so this ugly code. You can tell the code is ugly if it's got a conditional and then 2 nested loops and then a bunch of conditionals inside. I try to make it easier on myself by making names, but I'm just confused right now. So within one table, we have many mappings. Okay, I understand that. And we're going to iterate through the mappings. Oh, wait. Shouldn't this be outside of that loop? Is that my problem? Yeah, why am I recalculating it from the beginning? This is wrong. This needs to go outside the loop. Right there. That's the problem. Yeah, we were using the wrong statements the whole time. Right, because it was just going back to the beginning every time rather than using the iterators like I intended. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. The create will, let's verify the create does the correct thing. Create complex elements. Yeah. Yeah, so here it starts the iterators before going into the table mappings, and then inside here it is advancing and creating if we're at the end every time. All right, that was probably the bug. Do you have advice for streaming development? Yes, I do too, bud. If you look at my tips streaming, check it out. Actually, let's make a command right now. Streaming, how to stream? Well, what are we gonna call it? Streaming advice. Can I do a dash? Let's see if I can. Streaming advice. Oh yeah, it works. Found some possible nice bugs, more like errors after you added central error logging. Interesting. Central error logging is something that I have in my game too. I call it the diagnostic reporter. Where do I have an example of that? Indoors I did it, right? This diagnostic sender, this is centralized logging, but it's distributed. So these diagnostic senders it's a publish subscribe system which can be changed. So this one ends up going to the Realm server, which then posts it to the log and stuff like that. I tried to get my brother into streaming. Which one? Not directly. No, I don't try to get people into streaming, but if people ask me if they should stream, I'll do the same thing I kind of just did, where I'm like, consider Adam's advice and on being a streamer and see if it's still right for you. But I wouldn't want to try to get someone into streaming unless they asked me for help. And no one so far in my family has asked me for help streaming. It would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? I did try to push my mom into making a YouTube video on slide rules, but she kind of just laughed at me and said, it's okay. All right, I want to see my test pass. Yay, it passed. Okay, we're going to check in the mess and then refactor after a break. Yep. So, what's the to-do? All right, let's add that. Update to-dos. That idea from CloudHawk got in there. All right. So this is work in progress migrating ECS data from JSON to SQLite. Add database tables to cover doors. And then they also add extend complex complex component elements to support multiple elements per table, essentially. I'm still not completely confident in the way I did it either, but maybe when I refactor it all, it'll get a little bit more clear. Okay, I need to take a break. It's been 3 hours. I've been sitting here working on difficult code for 3 hours. It's messy code. I need to clear my head. So if you've been sitting where you are for that long, let's all take a break. How about it? I'm going to go use the restroom, get something to drink, clear my head a little bit, walk around, maybe pet the cat. He has been meowing in the background anyway. So I'll be back in, let's say, 3 minutes. That should be good enough. So see you in a bit. Hi, I'm back. All right, let's switch the current task to refactoring the ugly code I just wrote. Okay. So refactoring is all about cleaning up the code without breaking any tests, right? So let's look at the code. That's not the code. Here's the code. Yes, so we shouldn't, the code shouldn't be this complicated just to work with doors, right? These statements, it makes sense, so they're fine. It's this junk here. Especially the cop. So I can extract this one element at a time. How about we handle binding the value part? Make this a standalone function here. So something is going to hold this bit of code here. Got to give it a name, and it needs to have a value, right? Actually, the step result isn't included. It's just the binding. So we don't actually need to return anything. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Let's have it. It's not returning anything. What am I going to name the thing? Bind door modification. And what parameters does it need? It needs the value. Let's call it the modification. And that's a JSON value. Modification, right? And then it needs this statement. So that is a components prepared statement handle. Can I make it const? Statement. I think I can. Because what's const about it is the reference, because this handle is actually just a shared pointer to an object. So making it const reference so I don't actually do an extra add reference at the beginning and release at the end. We're just borrowing a shared pointer from someone else. That's what we're doing. Okay, so then I can go and replace the, I think there's 3 places where I did this. Yeah, right here. So say bind door modification, and it's create statement, comma value, right? And then that replaces all this junk. And then down here again, right? This is bind door modification, update statement, new value. All right? And then right here, it's create statement, new value. And is that it, or is there one more? Oh, there's one more. Another create statement, new value. There. Did it. One step in refactoring. Uh-oh, that's a big image. What am I supposed to look at here? Oh, is this what a door looks like in your game? It's too big. I need to zoom in. I see. You have a swinging door and an open rope. So yeah, see, your game is more focused on the graphics. Mine being more focused on the data model right now. Ooh, look at that Euler angles. Ooh. Cool. There's a frame in the door. Yeah, for mine, it's a bit more cerebral. Like, there's a lot more unshown. Let me demonstrate. I'm gonna play my game for a moment. Just to show you what the doors look like. Since I've been working on doors all day, and you don't actually see what a door looks like in my game, I'm gonna go open a door. So we're in my game world here. There's a door. Let's go here so you can see it. I'm going to use the door. I closed it. Use the door again, it opens it, right? That's all a door is in my game. There are 2 entities there, the door and its frame. So if I were to show the admin console for this, that there is actually 2 entities. There's the door, And you know it's a door because the entity has a door component, and then there's the frame behind it. So for example, if I move the frame away, it's just the door without the frame part, right? The wall that was behind the door. The door itself, I've been focused on trying to persist the door component, and that's this stuff, right? So the way the doors work is very simple. When you open it, it looks through the on-open value and sees what about the door should I change? In this case, it's go to the tile component and change its ID to 1. So if I did that manually, actually, this already is open. Let's do the close. The close was turn it to 2, right? So I could do this manually by saying move that to a 2. Now the door's closed, right? And then open is to change it back to a 1. So you can see the door open and closed. All I'm doing is changing the tile for the door, which I can do this way too, right? Changing the tile is all that makes a door open or closed. But you might think, you might consider in the future, there might be more than just making it graphically appear as open or closed. Opening a door might also, I don't know, add some attribute to the door saying that it's opened, or it might increment door count, or who knows, right? Yeah, it just swaps the sprite right now. The ID, the tile ID is which sprite to draw, and it's selected from the tile set. So I think it's this tile set, yeah. So tiles 1 and 2 are the door open and closed, right? 3 and 4 is the gate, 5 is a window, 6 is a pillar, 7 is a wall, etc. So yeah, all that makes a door is that it has a certain sprite. There's also extra data associated with this. So like a closed door has an access mask of 8, but an open door has an access mask of 1. 1 means that as long as you can walk on the ground, you can walk through it. 8 means you need to be able to move through solid objects. That's why the wall also has 8. The window has an 8 as well, and so does the gate. Now, viz stands for visibility. 2 means you need to be able to see through it, a solid object. 1 means you just need to be able to see at all. And so an open door and an open and closed gate you can see through, but a closed door and a wall you can't see through. So that's what all that means. Decrement the hit points to the player each time it's slammed shut. Yeah, you whacked you. You lost a hit point. Can't go through windows, yeah. The windows are closed. You can see through them, but you can't walk through them. What design choices would you do differently if the game were a simple multiplayer game? Like with just a few people playing instead of being an MMO? I actually think Anakin Luke right now it is sort of like a simple multiplayer game. But let's say I wanted to keep it as a simple multiplayer game. Probably what I would do is make it move a lot of the logic to the client. Because I think in a simple multiplayer game, that means a game you're playing with friends probably, and so you can trust each other, and so I could offload a lot of what the server does to the client. And then you could have like a peer-to-peer mode, whereas right now the server has to be hosted to appear on the internet. That's what people say, Spheris. I never played Tibia, but this is what games look like in the late 80s for RPGs, like Ultima 3, Ultima 4. Or there's a couple other games that look like this, like AD 2001. Is that the name of it? AD 2001 game? That doesn't sound right. What's the robot game? 2101? No, I forget which one it was. There's a robot game that was also made by Origin Systems that had the same kind of look and feel, only it was high-tech and not fantasy RPG. Just sold your homing pigeons on eBay for the 22nd time. Mr. Balrog is very adept at doing both good and bad jokes. That was actually a pretty good one. Get it? They just kept coming back to him after he sold them, so he'd sell them again. Yeah, don't be fooled into thinking Mr. Balrog is being serious. He's just joking with us. All right, done with this, right? Me too, Anakin Luke. Sometimes I think he's being serious, and then I realize he just said a joke. All right, done with demonstrating the doors, I think. Okay, so I need to run the test again to make sure I didn't break anything. I broke something. Okay, so then obviously there's a bug in my refactoring. Oh, the parameter index needs to be that needs to be parameterized. Statement. Actually, the other way we could do it, I think, is just number the parameter consistently. Let's try numbering the parameter consistently. What order will we have? I guess we could just always put the value first. So 1. Let me think about this. No, what's in common here with all of these? Is entity always... Yeah, entity is always there, so that could be 1. So entity is 1. Right? And then component path value. So component and path are always there? No, component is not always there. Well, this one only has one parameter. So component and path maybe would be 2 and 3. Right, and then value would be 4, right? Yep. So then the way it works is we always add 1, so it would be then 3, like I had it. So let me find where I did bind parameter. I need to be consistent. Actually, I don't need to be consistent. I can just define them as constants. That would be even cleaner. They wouldn't have a magic number. I like this. So const expr. Is this size t? No, it's int. Int parameter value is 3. And then we have 0, 1, and 2. So this was I already have forgotten. Entity. And that's component and that's path, right? Entity component path? Yes. Okay. If I was really good, I could use a formatted string and pull those numbers directly and then add one to them. Do I care? Yeah, why not? I will include string extensions printf and use them down here. So, yeah, just do printf. So that's a %d, %s, %d, %d, %d. Parameter entity +1. Then it's action C string, then component, then path, and then value. There's 715-209. How do you know a joke is good? It registers on the seismograph. Good one. And I should say hi to Mr. Balrog too, since I forgot to do that. No comma there. Okay, I like the idea of not having magic numbers, and then we can have the order in there explicit and listed there. So I need to use that instead of 3 here. Let's call that modification. Actually, no. Take that back. Let's make it value and call this one bind door value. There, now it's consistent as long as I call this one value. Yeah, okay. And all right, I like it. And then we're gonna do the same thing down here. That's a %s, or d, and this is a %s, %d, and %d, comma, and I want these things. Only they're in a slightly different order, aren't they? The value goes first, then the entity, then the action, then the component, then the path. Cool. And then delete. That is a D. That's an S, D, D, comma. All right, now what order are these in? It's actually the same order as up here, isn't it? Only without a value. So we have the entity, action, component, and path, no value. Cool. And then finally down here, %d, a %s, and we're done. Why am I not using enums? Because I actually need an integer. The SQL needs a number there. So I just made numbers. These numbers could be anything. That could be 5. It doesn't matter to SQLite, I don't think. They don't need to be sequential. They just need to be some number. So there's no, I don't see a value in making an enum. If I made it an enum, I would either have to say the enum has a storage class of integer, or I'd have to repeat myself with the assignment anyway, right? So also, I don't need to have a type. These are just literals. They're constant literals. Okay. Right, so then when we bind, we can just basically use those as is, right? Parameter, entity, parameter component, parameter path. Let me close that for a second. Just go through all of these and just fix them all. And then go back to the top. Bind parameter. Right here. Parameter component. Actually, let's just go straight down here. Parameter path. I will be cleaning this up a little bit more. So I am changing it in multiple places only probably to collapse it again, but that's okay. One step at a time. Make sure that that builds and works. Cool. All right. So far, so good. Now, do I check that in as a refactoring step, or do I refactor some more? I kind of feel like I should be doing a extra refactoring step. I just noticed something. When Anakin Luke did a sigh, it actually used a different color in Stream Parrot above my head. I never noticed that before. I wonder if that's a new thing that Chris added. Okay, so refactoring the delegates used to update doors in the database. All right, so I extracted bind door value, and I gave specific assignment constants to the different parameters, to the different columns. Now what's next? The whole usage of the create statement, I should probably fix, right? Yeah, what if we do that next? So it's a non-VIP who gets the yellow text if they do a /me, huh? Yeah. Lines starting with exclamation mark are going to get ignored by the stream parrot. Okay. I'm extracting another function here. So what do we name this? Void a create door value. So we need the create statement. We can actually name it create statement. We need the entity. We need the type. We need the path. We need the value. Value is JSON. And we make a step result, and we need the diagnostic logger. That's this guy. And we need the action. I don't know if this is going to be worth it, because it's got like 7 parameters. I don't know, let's see. It's just going to be almost as long. Create statement, entity, action, component type, path, value, diagnostic center. I mean, I guess it's a little bit nicer. It's only long because I've chosen to put each parameter on a different line. Yeah, I guess it's fine. So let's find other usages of the create statement. So here's one. Create door value. The value is new value. I think that's the only thing different, right? And then another one right here. Build it. Run it. Cool. Let's do that for all 3 statements, right? Do we use 3 statements? There's 4 statements. There's the update, there's the delete. Do we never use the delete all? Is that a problem? Oh, right. That's used elsewhere, not here. Okay, we can at least do the update, because that is used more than once. Update door value. Guessing it needs all of these things. Only it's called update statement, not create statement. And new value instead of value. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so then when I call it, I can just take the create door value and make a copy of it and call it and rename it to be update door value. Using the update statement and new value. Get rid of all this stuff. And we should do delete also. I can see that. That's the problem. There's only one update? Oh, I guess we technically didn't need to do that. Oh well. Delete statement we do at least twice, right? void delete door value. Alrighty. There's no value. It's a delete statement. Okay, cool. So it's like create or update, only it's delete. Wonderful. So there's the delete. No value. Delete door value. Okay, and then where's the other delete? Right there. Okay, now it's not looking as gross. I still don't like it though. The crate is much simpler. I wonder if I can get this nesting taken care of in a helper. Maybe. Make sure I didn't mess anything up right now. Yep, I messed something up. Oh, did I pass the wrong statement for delete? Yeah, it's doing the crate statement. Delete statement. This is why we have unit tests and why we run them. Make sure that typos are caught. All right, great. So then, yeah, this construct of having a loop inside of a loop, right? Well, this has a conditional in it, though. This one's got no condition. This might be as small as I can make that. Update, though. Let's get rid of breakpoints. We don't need them. Update, though. Oh, maybe we can work on this. You only write production code to find bugs in your unit tests. Wait a minute. That's backwards, Phil Powers. Toulouse isn't here yet. What happened to Toulouse? Maybe Toulouse has got some important work to do. I collapse this. Maybe it's easier. It's not. It's not anywhere easier to read. If I put that in its own line, actually, it's easier to see, right? Yeah. I don't like doing else and the bracket on the same line, though. Well, maybe I should consider changing that style. Important word probably means playing a certain game. Which game would he be playing then? Did there a game come out today, or is he he usually doesn't play Minecraft during work hours though. Well, I hope Toulouse is okay. He's here so much that you kind of notice when he's not, right? Is that the cat or the dog? I don't know. Something made a sound. Oh, he's streaming right now? Oh, because it's Memorial Day. He doesn't have to work. Yeah, it's a holiday in the United States, Nui. It is Memorial Day. I mean, this isn't so bad. Well, okay, it is kind of bad in that it's long. I could shorten it by cutting it into pieces. So there are fundamentally two loops here. This loop is adding any values that are new. In fact, it's adding any components that are new. This is going through this is going through old components, and if the new one also has it, then it has to descend and look at paths. And for any new paths, it creates those paths. And for any existing paths, it will update them, and any paths that get removed from existing components have to be deleted. Yeah. So it's a sort of if I could make this a generic thing somehow, that every time we descend a level, where we might do an update, we might do a delete, and we might do a create. I can't think of how to do this right now, though. So I think I'm going to punt. I'm going to say that that's as refactor as I'm going to get with this thing. Although it's a pity. The only thing really doorish about this is the fact that there's a component type and a path and a value and an action. Those are the only things that are specific about a door. If I could make this reusable for other kinds of components, that would be nice. I can't think of how to do it right now, though. Yeah, it's too advanced for me to figure out right now, but I kind of see hints about how I would do it. If we could somehow parameterize action, component, and path as being selectors for different levels, because that's what they are. Action is this first level, component is the second level, path is the leaf node, right? So if I made boilerplate code that where we could just say, hey, generate a whole bunch of boilerplate with a 3-leveled JSON, which the levels are action, component, and path. Action, component, and path. Then I could make this more generic, couldn't I? I'll wait until I need it a second time. Maybe having 2 different tables that are similar will help me figure out how to do it. So, what was the last comment? Okay, refactor the delegates. So this is refactoring, extract, create, delete, update methods from door database delegates. DDD. All right. I'm kind of getting sick and tired of doors. Let's clear bookmarks. Let's consider what to do next. I'm going to say that's done. Now we're looking for what to move to the database next. Okay, we got doors. Yay. We have Golang commands, we have globals, we have all of these. Right? I should have a checklist. Let me make a checklist. Let me put that in to do. I have a overall thing right here. Where is it? Let's search for database. That's initial migration. I guess I don't have anything specific for this one, so I'll make one. This is write code to migrate each type of ECS component. And we'll have sublists here, right? See ya, Anakim Luke. Bye! Okay, we have caps. We have character. We have container dialog door. Container dialog door. GC global in. GC global in. Interact item look. Interact item look. NPC class, NPC class, player position quest, player position quest, script tile set, script tile set, trigger use zone, trigger use and zone. Okay, those are all the different component types in my game. I know I've done caps. Looks like I did character too. I did container. Did I do dialogue? No, I didn't do dialogue yet. That's got other unrelated tests. Did door, did GC, did global, did in, did interact, right? Item, did look, did player, did position. I did script also, right? Yes, I did script. Did I do tile? I did? I did tile, but not tile set. I didn't do trigger. Did I do trigger? No, this has got other tests in it. So not trigger. Did I do use? I think I might have done use. Yes, I did use. But did use actually... Use didn't... I don't think I actually finished doing use. Did I? Oh, I did. Okay, I think I did that off stream actually. And then I didn't do zone. Okay, so there we go. Down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 22, right? Yep, there are 22 component types. I did all but 7 of them. Down to the final 7. Zone might be something we could tackle today. Because the only complicated thing it has is the NPCs table. Yeah, and the NPCs table only has 2 fields in it. Yeah, we can do this one next. Let me check in the production server. There might be more data there for an actual zone in the game. Sewers. What do we got? Oh, we have the respawn list. Okay, I forgot about that. But yeah, this NPCs, it's just an array of objects. So this is a secondary table. So respawn also needs to be a secondary table, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, no problem. We can do it. What about the starter town? Nothing in there. Oh, I forgot about the save component. I guess I don't have any of those in the test environment. Let's add that to the list. It's its own component right now. I wonder if I could just merge that into another component. Save was supposed to be like, if you step near it, a respawn point is added to your player component. I can add it for now and then remove it later. I think the way I would really want to do it now is have a trigger that if you step on the trigger, it just runs a script to record a like a checkpoint place for respawning, a respawn checkpoint. Yeah, let me make a note for that. So we'll add it to the list right now initially, and then I'm going to add another note to redesign save checkpoints to use triggers rather than a special save component type. So that's, you know, it's a really old thing that I had in the game. I wonder if I have any more of those floating around. I'd have to peek at the production server. I could do that actually. Why not peek at the production server live while streaming? You know, nothing bad ever happened when I did that. Game.snapshot. Actually, I can just look at an older snapshot. 0003059.snapshot. Okay, here we go. So we have caps. Sure are a lot of those. Wow. Okay, what's the next one? Character. There are a lot of characters in the game. I'm going down many, 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 many pages. Wow. Like I'm going forever. Okay, did I already... Nope, we're still on characters. I'm just holding down the space bar. Okay. Keep going. Up. Looks like after characters we have containers. Yep, containers and then dialogues. I see all the dialogue information. Okay, and then what's after dialogues? Doors. Then golem commands. Then globals, then input components, which there are a lot of. One for every player in the game. Then what's this that's coming next? Interact. Oh, there are a few broken ones in here. I could see them. A few people got stuck in dialogues, I guess. Yep. Okay, and then there are all the items in the game. Quite a few items. Some of them with interesting notes. Okay, what was that? There's the look table. NPCs. I skip way too fast there. NPC class, then player. Maybe a lot of those. A lot of players of the game right now. Pages and pages and pages. Oh, I went too fast. Okay, then positions. That's going to be tremendously huge. There's a lot of places in the game right now. I'm glad I'm moving this to a database because in the production server, there's already like a ton of data. Like a metric buttload. Metric ass ton. Oh, and then what's this? Probably scripts. I see a lot of script stuff. No, it's quest data. And then save. There's the one save spot in the game, which is that well. And then scripts. And then what's after scripts? Tile. Okay, that's going to be a long list. There's a lot of tiles in the game. Be fun once I get this into an actual database to actually like look at it in a database browser. It's tile sets. Whoop, I went too far. Triggers, use, zone, and that's it. All right. Okay, so the only one I missed then was the save, which is attached to the well right now. Good to know we can... All right. So save is just a Boolean. So if I were to make... Let's... figuring out how to save the save points in the game to the database. There's only one of them right now, so it shouldn't be too much work, right? Common. Let's add a table for it for now. Table save. I think it's just entity and that's it. There's no other columns. Because the only data here is that it's a Boolean. I don't even know if I even use the Boolean at all for anything. Save. Let's see if I use it for anything. save player. Oh, the player has a save? Oh, we're not even persisting that. Okay, that's a problem. Add save field to player table. Forgot about that. Looks like there's a save X, Y, and Z. Oops, forgot about that. Anyway, how do we know when to do it? Okay, goes through all save components and then gets its position. So that's a hint that I could probably move save into position. Okay, that's why I didn't do it. Because there are a lot of positions in the world. It would be very expensive to iterate through all positions. So this iterates first through all save points, and there's only one of it. Then it finds the position of that save point, and then it runs save player. And I guess what save player is doing is it's seeing if any player is nearby. So with all entities at that save position, look up if they're a player. If they're a player, then... Okay, so no, I don't even use the value of the save component. This save, I never use it. So it doesn't need, I don't need to store true or false. I think that was just true in the game as a placeholder because I had to have something. It's just the presence of the component alone is what matters. Okay, that's easy then. Although, I thought you had to be close but not exactly on top of it. Well, there's this range thing. Oh, it looks nearby. Okay, it looks within 1 square of the well and saves and records to the player's component the fact that they can restore, they can save, they can respawn there. Okay, I got it. I don't need to look at this anymore. Let's do save then. Adding a table to the database to record, respawn, or checkpoint positions. All right, so that's called save. Let's add it. I already added it there. So then I just need a really, really simple test called save. ECS tests save. Save. Okay, this has to do with persisting game respawn and checkpoint position. Checkpoint. Respawn and checkpoint locations. Just had a thought that if we merge save with position, maybe it wouldn't be so bad because we could just craft a special SQL select to find all checkpoints in the game if we made it a key, right? Well, actually, we can't make it a key. Maybe it wouldn't be efficient. I don't know. I shouldn't go off on those thought experiment tangents so much. Okay, so save, right now it's just like true, right? And select, so we're not really, we can just say select E from save where E is 42. Or can I just do count? Yeah, count from save where, we don't even need a where clause. Well, let's just do select E. From save with no where clause, right? Why go to SQLite and not stay in JSON? Because it's really, really slow. My test environment alone is 11,000 lines of JSON. The bulk, the large majority of it is the entity component system. You can see it's like 10,800 lines out of 11,500. And in the production server, it's so tremendously huge. It's like takes it between 10 and 15 seconds to load a server, and save takes like 4 or 5 seconds. It's a significant amount of CPU time for the game server. JSON's not faster. The thing is, there is so much data that is unchanged, but when you rewrite JSON, you have to rewrite the entire file, because if I were to change one number in here, let's say I change this from 6862 to 68621, that shifts all the characters after it down one in the file. So I have to rewrite the entire rest of the file, right? If this is in a database, though, I don't have to rewrite the entire database. I just change one row of one table. Does that make sense? So JSON is essentially one huge string, like megabytes and megabytes long, one string. So putting it in a database is basically chopping that string up into separate parallel pipeline, small strings that are all parallel to each other, so that you can change any one of them and not have to change the rest. So it should be a lot more efficient. Yeah. Yes. And it's a lot of waste. It's a lot of, like, every time the game has to load or save, this tree over here has to get reconstructed. So imagine that burden if we have like 1 million trees in the game, and we're just we're saving and loading the trees over and over constantly, even though they're never changing. So it's okay. The JSON worked on a small scale, and it still works now. It's just it's getting to the point where I haven't even added content to the game. I just have some test content, and already it's too slow. Yeah, it's so Cybertopia. That was my thought initially too, that JSON should be fast enough, but I was proven wrong in a big way, in that even before I start putting content in, it's already slow. So imagine if I started putting more and more content in, if I put more and more towns and levels, it would just become unbearably slow, and the game probably wouldn't even load. It would take like minutes to load a game server. It would just be basically a very ridiculous situation where it's constantly like reparsing the entire world and then reconstructing the entire world every time anything changes. So yeah, we don't want to do it. I don't think JSON sucks. I think JSON is good at the small scale and bad at the large scale. Small scale, it's very neat that I can represent a generic data structure as a string, and so for these tiny little things, it's fine. But for large scale constructions, it's really slow. Let me wave to some people in chat that I haven't waved to. Hey there, King440, and Cybertopia, of course. And TS Jaws is here. Hi. And Phil Powers. Hello. gRPC and JSON are different things. I don't know what gRPC is. What is gRPC? gRPC. Open source remote procedure call system. Okay, so it's a call system, and JSON is a data storage format, so they're different. They're different kinds of things. Protobuf, either I'm going to use Protobuf or I'm going to write my own version of Protobuf sometime in the future when I want to deal with binary structures. But I mean, that's okay. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't try it just because we were talking about JSON. I should at least get a link to it and stash it and consider it later, right? I like to learn new things, even if they're off topic. I even have an off topic channel in my Discord. How come that didn't? Oh, there we go. So this was a recommended by King440. Wouldn't need SOAP anymore now that you got gRPC. SOAP is like ancient, isn't it? Yeah, SOAP was an XML data envelope and metadata format used in web apps, right? Before JSON became a lot more popular. One thing that SOAP had for it that JSON didn't is it is self-describing. Is it cancer? Is cancer self-describing? I guess because it has to replicate. Anyway, there are some good things about SOAP, but a lot of bad things. I hesitate to call anything like purely bad or purely good. Everything is got good and bad aspects. Flat buffer, yeah. I can add that to the list. Whoops. I clicked the button when it moved. If we're talking about just general looking into things, I don't mind writing this stuff down. Yeah, choose whatever suits you. That's one motto I try to go with, that a lot of things are up to the context, and the context could be personal preference, could be team rules, could be the application you're doing. It depends. Yeah, people who like pedantic, crazy specs, I would agree with that, Phil Power. So it's self-describing, but to like a crazy degree. And what's weird about it is it uses an XML format, and XML was intended to be human readable, and the total SOAP is not intended to be human readable, right? So it's sort of like a weird mismatch. If you're going to use a format meant for machines, why not make it a binary format? And why use SOAP? Like ASN.1 would be the binary version of SOAP, right? Like it's a self-describing format, but it's in binary. Which C++ had out-of-the-box introspection reflection. Yeah, the closest thing you'll get to that is the debugger and the IntelliSense. The fact that I can hover my mouse over here and it tells me it's a database abstraction step statement results, because it is IntelliSense is using introspection from running a subset of the compiler. Protobuf is 100. I would imagine it's several orders of magnitude faster than JSON. Yeah. Yep. So I opted to. So you know, if I'm moving away from JSON, there are many options, right? So I could have moved to a binary format. But I opted to move to SQL because I like the idea that I can have administrative tools off to the side that might use the database directly, probably in a read-only manner. And whereas with a binary format, I would have to make my own thing. With SQL, I could use an off-the-shelf SQL engine to read the data. Okay, what am I looking at here? Oh, I wanted to change this, right, to use an array. So let me pull that out of container. Yes, let's copy this and place it here. And I need to define what a select results is, don't I? Yes. That is the type that this returns. Step statement results. And this is within the context of what? Database abstractions. I was just looking at this, wasn't I? Beating JSON performance with Protobuf. Thank you for that link, King. I imagine it's easy to thrash JSON. Also, courtesy of King. Actually, why didn't it... Let's just take the entire link, the entire message here, and just paste there. Let me give you some points, King. Thank you for the recommendations and the links. I appreciate it. You like Redis better than SQL? Yeah, you don't need permission to post a link. The I like to trust everyone by default, and you'll just get timed out or banned if the link is bad. I have moderators that will check. Okay, did I miss anything else? In binary, you could just store strings unescapable. In JSON, you would need to unescape strings. Yeah, well, in binary, you have to at least record the length of the string. So there's a trade-off, right? You could either have delimiters or you have lengths. You're using Redis to store data in production? That's cool. So my particular need, the context is a little... has a little bit of history. So my game runs on a Raft cluster. So, which means every member of the cluster has its own copy of the data. So for me, a database solution where there's one central database doesn't really work well for me. The game's architecture is more suited for something that you can embed the database engine into the cluster member, and then each engine has its own copy exclusively. So SQLite fit that really well, because with SQLite, you have one file, you can embed the database engine directly into your program, which is what I did. And a lot of the other database engines out there, I would have to, like, in parallel with my game servers, I'd have to have a database server for each one of these. And that would just be a lot of extra work that I wouldn't need. Hey there, Mars Raptor. And Windy Mindy, hello. Format is just detail, should be easily changed, yeah. You would think that format's easy, but I'm finding it quite a bit of effort to move from JSON to SQLite myself. Oh, and A squared's here. Hi, A squared. And Falknor. Forgot to say hi to you as well. All right. So there's no slot, it's just I. And then these are going to be ints, expected elements, it's expected entities. So we could, like, add both of them. 520, just arbitrary numbers here, right? 42 and 523. Basically expect that they're there. And then the column 0 is the expected entity. So there is no column, there is no other column. All right, and then destroy is easy. Okay, so set. I don't even need a test set. Set shouldn't do anything to the database. I don't even need a set test. It's that simple. There's only create and destroy. And we're done. Redis uses Lua. Ooh, neat. Are we asking? I need to have an SQLite command that answers this. Yeah, and I think we need to, I think it's time, Nui. I think it's time. Let's make the command. All right. Add com SQLite. Raimu is going with SQLite, at least at first, because it's simple, doesn't bring with it, how do you turn on the Alt-C? Doesn't bring it with it a lot of extra features he doesn't need. And fits the game's, fits well the game's architecture, which uses raft, which is another command, which uses raft, and involves each game server having its own private copy of the database, own private database, own private copy of the game. There we go. How about that? Why not MongoDB? that funny thing that's going around, that's that meme. All right, there we go. Now there's the command SQLite. Raimu's going with SQLite at least at first because it's simple, doesn't bring with it a lot of extra features, doesn't need, and fits well the game's architecture, which uses raft and involves each game server having its own private copy of the game. Alias com. Why SQLite? There we go. Why not PostgreSQL? So yeah, if you notice OmniAranian in chat, that's my bot, which is integrated with my game. It's programmed to respond to commands if there's a exclamation point at the front, and the add.com is a special built-in command to add new commands. So yeah, it's a custom bot. Oh, you thought that I needed one there? No, that's maybe one difference between my bot and other bots out there. Mine, you don't need, mine, I don't consider the exclamation part as actually part of the command. That to me means execute command. So like add.com is a command, right? Exclamation point add.com means execute command add.com. Right? This is how my mind works. I think this makes the most sense to me. So the bear word is where you use in the context of you just naming a command, right? But if you have an exclamation point in front, you're actually saying, please execute that command. So that's why there's no exclamation point there, because it would read to me like execute command add.com, execute SQLite, which I'm like, why are we executing something when we're adding it? So that makes more sense to me. Why no exclamation mark? We're getting very meta at this point in Romania. Very, very meta. Why not do X instead of exclamation point X? Why not do exclamation point X? Sometimes there's no reason for why, other than personal preference. Twitch chat is Vim, not C++. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, everybody clear? Some people like Vim, Mars Raptor. Everyone's got different preferences, you know? Okay, I have an ambiguous comparison somewhere. Oh, right, because this needs to be cast to an int. I think it's building. Maybe they are. Phil Powers, you never know. I have 3 kids. As far as I know, one of them, you guys could be any of them, right? I don't know where they are. They're off. The family's not here, so they could be off secretly at some other house on some computers pretending to be you guys. I don't know. Or pretending to be viewers. So one of you could be my kids, as far as I know. It's this anonymity on the internet. You can never assume things. I'm getting hungry too. This is gonna fail. I didn't expect a syntax error though. Okay, so that's semi-common. I have a syntax error. Oh, because there's a comma there. Get rid of the comma. I stretched like an hour ago, didn't I? I need to end the stream though, because I'm really hungry. Oh, I think what I'll do is when I get the save thing persisted, then I will call it and work again tomorrow. Okay, so right, so now we're down to just adding the database entry for it. So I think we can just do it with an empty list. I'm sorry, my friends. It's been 4 hours though. I get hungry. And you don't want me to burn out, do you? I would burn out if I streamed longer than I do. I'd also burn out if I made this file more than 5,000 lines, and I'm getting really close to that. This file is too big. Where is my table? I can't even find my table. Quests. Quests. How come I can't find it? I can't find anything. Am I in the right place? I'm in the right file. Doors? Door? There it is. I really need to relocate this to a different file. Rhyme Hackathon. 24-hour stream when? TS Joss, I'll have a 24-hour stream when my family goes on a trip without me, which happens occasionally. They'll all go visit like in-laws and I'll stay behind. Then I will have a 24-hour stream. So, but it'll have to be planned in advance. I will need to like get extra sleep before, and I'll need to have like a bunch of things to do other than just sit around saying, what should we do now? Yeah, well, we'll have it, but I just don't know when. With the pandemic and all that, you know, people don't go visiting as much. They don't go on trips, so we'll see. Get your editor ready for 24 hours. Reading dad jokes. Yeah, exactly. Will you have 24 hours worth of dad jokes, Mr. Balrog? Does your database have that many rows in it? Okay, I need to add save here. But I think what I can do is just have it be an empty table. Like that. I think I can just can I get away with that? That's the column specification. Basically, there are no columns. Right, and then I have field names, which there are none, right? So, save would have no field names. I think I can, let's see if that works. Although I have a suspicion it won't, because I might have made an assumption that there's at least one column in every table besides the key. Yeah, okay, so we'll have to run through this and find out why. Yeah. All right, where would I find, this is in create, so I would go to create component of type. And I would go into this execute create statement for this test. Okay, so the component type is save, the component is just a Boolean. Okay, the create statement didn't get constructed, so the create statement must be broken. So that's in construct create statement. Yep, so look at that. It assumes that there is a columns list and there's not. It's empty string. So you know what I can do? I can build that comma straight into the component columns. Actually, that would be simple. You know why? I can just remove this first flag. Right? Yeah, and just do that. I don't need a first flag, and then I get rid of the commas. There and there. Perfect. We did it. I don't need to worry about the delete. What about the update? We're never going to run the update, right? Oh, wait a minute. It'll still run the update. I need to handle that. Construct, well, execute update statement. Or construct update statement. Yeah, this right here. Well, actually, hold on. Yeah, so this will be empty, right? So can we just leave early if there are no columns? Yeah. What do you say to someone with Oedipus complex who curses too much? You kissed your mother with that mouth. I don't know about that one, Mr. Balrog. Your database is so large you could make a SQL 24-hour stream with dad jokes. Really? I don't know. What? 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 Okay, I think what we want to do is leave early if... Yeah, it doesn't make sense to make an update statement for save. I think this would be the point right here. If columns entry second empty, return. And then execute update statement will always return early because we don't have a statement. So that should be fine. Why is my current task so old? Oh no, that is correct. I just misread it. Run the tests. Cool. All right. Let's check it in. And before I check it in, I'll mark that it's done. It has been completed. It is done. We added a save table and simplified that in the process. Yes. Save table easy. Okay. Work in progress migrating ECS data from JSON to SQLite. Add save table to persist save component. Components. Done. What we have left until we finish, I can show you. It's in that list here. We're down to 7, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of 23. There are actually 23 components, not 22 that we had before. So some of them are quite ugly, like tile set, dialogue. Some of them are not so bad, like NPC class aren't so bad. I think quest is a medium, and trigger is, I think, easier, and so is zone. So probably I'll do trigger and zone next. Trigger I need to update anyway, because it's too open-ended. It sort of was designed for when we didn't have Lua. So now that we have Lua, a trigger could just be run a Lua script, and so it could be a lot simpler. I could just have a Lua script called teleport, and all teleporters would just say, trigger, run the teleport script. Done. Right now it's like, if you look at a teleporter in the game, like this one down here, like the trigger is pretty complex. There's a type, which is step, and then in the action there has to be a type transport, and then that determines the fact that what it does, and it has X, Y, and Z coordinates. So you know what would be a lot simpler would it be that instead of type, it's just script, and the script name would be, let's just model it. It would just be script, and it would be teleport, right? And then the only thing we need for a teleporter is we need to know the destination. So that could just be, I don't know. Actually, how would I do this to make it fit a database? We could have the teleporter actually be an entity, couldn't we? Or it could be a type of component. So it would be like script and then object. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or something like that, right? And if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is an object which has a teleporter component, that component would have the destination in it. I think that would be the correct way to do this, rather than to have this weird nested structure that predated having Lua scripts. So yeah, because a Lua script would just be run and be given the object entity, the subject and the object, and it would just say, okay, do something with the subject and object, and teleport would say, okay, my object is a teleporter, my subject is a player, and look up the teleporter's destination, and then move the player there. Done. So I can just hit cancel here to not modify it, right? Yeah, okay. So I wonder if I should do that change first. So change how triggers work, then I can persist it in the database better. Yeah. So that's what I probably am going to work on next, is triggers and zones. And then we'll be down to the difficult 5. Quests, NPCs, dialogues, tile sets. And then once I get everything persisted, then we got to start the process of migrating all the data. Which is just basically rerunning the create for everything. And then we can try moving to step 2. Step 2 would be that we have to do selects to read from the database when the game starts up or loads its snapshot. And if that works, then we can drop the JSON. At least the part of the JSON that's the huge 99% of it. All right, I'm going to go eat lunch. So let's go raid someone else. I'll be back tomorrow. My schedule is 9:15 a.m. my time, which is 16:15 UTC. I don't stream on Wednesdays of the weekend. This is to keep from burning out. So I can really only stream 2 days in a row, and then I need a break. That's how I stay healthy. Stretch first? No, I'll stretch when I get up to make lunch, Nui. Thank you, Mars Raptor. Let's find someone to raid. I'm wondering if Adam's still going, actually. Following. Or maybe we'll raid someone smaller. There are a few other dev streamers who I noticed don't have a whole lot of followers yet that I'm on my list. Streamers on my list that don't have followers yet. In fact, there's one right there. Someone who's trying to reach affiliate status. Adam is not streaming. Hey, let's raid. Would you guys mind if I raided someone who's just starting? Oh, wait a minute. He's not doing dev coding today. Oh, bummer. He's playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare, not actually coding today. Let's see if I can pick someone else. Okay, well, I'll give you the link to his channel. He's not coding right now, but whenever he does code, I'm going to try to rate him because he's trying to reach affiliate. It's Ben the Dev, and he is a subscriber to Adam's channel, and I saw that he was streaming through Adam's Discord. You know, when Discord shows if someone's streaming out, and I saw that. I'm like, oh, I'd never seen this guy before, and he's brand new to Twitch dev streaming, I think. Trying to reach affiliate status. We're not going to rate him, though, because he is playing a game. Let's just raid the Primogen, then. How long has he been going today? Oh, he just hosted someone else. Well, scratch that. How about Windy Beard? He's doing art today. I gotta watch an ad. I don't know Last Miles. I'll have to check out Last Miles. Watch this stream to see if I like it. I don't know Last Miles. He's a wizard. Really? Yeah, I think we're gonna raid Windy Beard. He's been going for half an hour. Perfect timing. And someone just raided him. Let's raid him too. It's gonna be a double raid. You ready? Windy Beard Games. Double raid. Here we go. Alright. I'll be back tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great day. Oh, thank you, Gadam. See you 7152009 TS Joss Mars Raptor, Riga of Regins, Romania Hate, and everybody else. I will talk to you tomorrow. Have a great one. Thanks for being here. Bye.